Call to order. Michelle, would you call roll call?
Director Wilson. Here. Director Bajorno.
Here.
Director Rand.
Here.
Director Takeoff. Here. Director Weedman.
Here.
Director Wills.
Here.
Director Carpenter.
Here. Also attending the board meeting this evening are Michelle Wermuth, our board secretary, Jill Van Workum, our associate superintendent, and Scott Grimes, our superintendent. We have a quorum, so we'll move into receiving visitors and reading miscellaneous communication. Mr. Grimes, do we have individuals that registered their intent to speak during the public portion of the agenda or shared comments in advance?
Yes, we have 3 that have shared comments to be read aloud, and those will be read by Michelle Wermuth. And we have 2 that would like to speak this evening, and there's been information on how they can add to that. I will, after we read the 3, I will then request those that can speak to unmute and speak at that time.
Michelle, would you go ahead and read the comments that were submitted in advance?
The first, Maria Nelmark submits the following. I am the parent of a DCG student and hold a degree in community health education from Iowa State University. As many parents, I have watched the developing COVID-19 situation closely. It has been my hope that the local indicators would be such that I could send my child off to a normal year of school without concern for his safety. Unfortunately, that is not the reality which we are faced. As of 8/2/20, the 14-day average positivity of COVID-19 tests performed on the residents of Polk County was 10.73%. Dallas County's average was 9.25%. Representatives for the White House COVID-19 Task Force and the CDC, as well as information from the World Health Organization, set the recommended upper positivity threshold for fully opening schools at 5%. Given these measures, I was surprised that communications from the DCG school district indicate an intention to begin school with a full-sized in-person classes. This type of instruction is considered by the CDC to be of highest risk. After reading the information laid out in the district's emails, I actively looked for scientific information that could be interpreted as supporting a full opening of schools given the metrics of Polk and Dallas counties. I was unable to find any. What I did find was case studies in South Korea, the US state of Georgia, and Israel that all indicate, at least among students over the age of 10, transmittability is not only possible, but likely among children, and that pediatric cases can be drivers of community spread. While some journalists and politicians are pointing to successful reopenings of schools in Europe without subsequent excessive community spread, caseload within those communities was significantly lower than that of the DCG area. Fully opening DCG schools with the current conditions would be taking a risk that has no precedent against the recommendations of national and international public health organizations. Given that the short and long-term health of students, staff, and the larger community are at risk, I respectfully ask that instead of plunging into a full reopening, you consider beginning the year with a hybrid model. Although this model is not without risk, it would allow for reduced crowding and higher teacher-student ratio than when in person to assist enforcement of proper disease prevention protocol. Both of these aspects provide a reduction in infection risk over the full in-person model. The hybrid approach would also be more moderate and would place schools in a better position to make adjustments either way as the school year progresses. The hybrid model seems to be particularly appropriate at the middle school and high school levels where the risk of serious complications of COVID-19 infection are higher and supervisory childcare issues are reduced. I would also urge you to provide a more equitable remote learning plan than what is laid out on the district website. Currently, it appears that remote option will not include instruction from district teachers and will rely instead on mostly pre-recorded content from a third party. This effectively cuts off remote learners, including medically vulnerable students, from their school communities. Other central Iowa school districts are developing remote options that allow students to learn from district teachers in sync with their in-person peers and in contact with one another. DCG students do not deserve less than what is being offered to their counterparts in neighboring districts. Thank you for your time and efforts, and I wish you the best in the coming year. Maria Nelmar. Number 2, Brady Weeble. I would like to submit the following comment to be read during the public portion of the meeting Monday. It is my hope as board members that you are all making decisions based on statistics and science, not what you are being pressured into doing. If we return to school full-time in person, people will get sick. Are you okay with that being your child, or are you hoping it will be someone else's child? When your child's teacher gets sick, would you be comfortable stepping into the classroom to be the substitute for weeks at a time? Or are you hoping someone else will have the guts to do the dirty work? I am assuming most of you have at least in a 2-year degree that now qualifies you to substitute by the new lower standards, because we all know we will be in desperate need of subs as our teachers fall ill. At the last board meeting, it was made clear that social distancing cannot be guaranteed in our schools. So what exactly is supposed to make parents feel safe about sending our kids back into the building? I am not asking for one extreme or the other. I am asking for compromise. Hybrid seems like a great way to meet in the middle on so many different levels. More and more schools in Iowa are announcing their return to learn plans and are doing what's best for students and staff. I hope DCG will be added to the list of schools brave enough to do the right thing. Finally, from Zach and Danny Christensen. DCG school board members. Today, we would like to share our deep concerns about returning to the full in-person model of schooling for our students. It is undeniable that full remote learning environment would be the safest option, but the state seems to have eliminated that as an option unless the board is willing to challenge the state's most recent proclamations. We write, having already chosen a remote option for our daughter, regardless of the in-person plan that you select. We write because we aim to be a voice for our families and staff that have real and founded anxiety about returning to school in a few short weeks. We both teach in other districts, and we recognize that all districts are unique. However, there are things that are true regardless of the district. There is a real and great concern about the lack of space for our students to be able to meet even minimum social distancing requirements. 3 feet between students in classrooms is hopeful at best, and half of the 6 feet is recommended. Returning hundreds of staff and thousands of students to an environment you know will not be properly distanced, because it cannot be properly distanced, is playing with fire. In testimony before Congress on July 31st, Admiral Dr. Giroir, Assistant Secretary for Health at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and a pediatric critical care specialist gave a list of how our country can stop the spread of COVID-19. The first 3 items on that list were: 1, wear a mask; 2, practice physical distancing; 3, avoid crowded indoor places. Full or nearly full classrooms do not allow for physical distancing and create a crowded indoor space. To select the fully on-site model is to knowingly go against practices that our country's experts say will stop the spread. We have seen widely asserted claims that children don't get the virus, or that they don't spread the virus, or their symptoms are minimal. While the latter is supported by some evidence, the first 2 assertions are not. Since reopening, school outbreaks in Israel have helped increase the infection rate in the country from 50 per day to 1,500 per day. In testimony before Congress last week, Dr. Fauci confirmed that hundreds of thousands of children have been infected. And while young people are less likely to have a severe outcome, they are a proven conduit to passing the virus to a greater population. The news regarding the Georgia YMCA camp furthers the evidence that students are not immune to the virus and are in fact efficient transmitters. To put things in stark terms, we are certain that the parents of children who have died from COVID-19 could not care less that most children have mild symptoms. We pray that no one in our community becomes one of those parents. To select the fully on-site model is to select a model based on hope, not safety. We hope students will be distanced. We hope negative mental health consequences staff experience because we put them in a less safe condition will not adversely affect their enthusiasm and effectiveness. We hope children will keep their masks on. We hope kids will not cough on each other or contaminate each other's supplies. We hope no student gets sick. We hope staff stays healthy. We hope family members don't become ill due to the spread from school. We hope parents will report positive test results in their household. We hope no one dies. but hope does not make good policy. We must think about what is safest for all. You must ask yourselves the terrible question: how many deaths due to the spread at school are acceptable? If your answer is 0 deaths, then you cannot advocate to send DCG back to an environment that makes infections more likely than other available options. We will find a way to figure out our children's childcare/schooling scheduling if the hybrid option is chosen. We accept that our children's education might not be ideal this year. We will do this gladly because it could save lives. You can make a choice to reduce the likelihood that DCG is a catalyst for community spread. We ask that you do so and choose the safest option that is available for us right now, the hybrid plan. Thank you for your consideration, Zach and Danny Christensen.
Thank you, Michelle. Before opening up the public comment section of the meeting, I'd like to just share a couple of reminders in case individuals are not familiar with this section of the board meeting or have not previously attended a board meeting. The board believes public comment is an important and vital aspect of the decision-making process. The public is invited to share their comments during this portion of the meeting. Board discussion on the same topics will take place during the meeting based on the agenda. Public comment should be specific to the items on the agenda, such as the return to learn plan, the online remote learning, and the recommendation for the start of the school year. We ask that you please limit your comment to 3 minutes. And lastly, please be respectful to each other, the administration, the staff, and the board. The board believes that our entire community has good intentions in mind for addressing the start of the school year. Scott, would you introduce the first?
The first speaker would be Steve Cox.
Hi, can you folks hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I'm going to be real brief here. A great example of how our teachers are great teachers and we have great band instructors. My son is currently not going to band camp. I got an email yesterday that they were asking the members of the brass and the woodwinds to cut a hole in their mask and then use that to play their instruments. Well, there's no CDC guidelines. It's almost like a bad meme that's what we'd ask students to do. And I'm not upset with Mr. Crilly. He's doing the best thing that he can do, but it just shows that our teachers are great teachers, but they're not able to make the proper decisions when it comes to things of taking care of our kids. So, I mean, there's no CDC guidelines that would ever say you could cut a hole in the mask. The second thing I'd like to say is I can hear your meeting, but I know I could hear it a lot better if I was in person. So here, you guys are having a meeting that is entirely virtual. The public's not allowed to come. We're not sitting in a space like our students would be sitting with masks and social distancing in a meeting with you. So I hope that you take that into your consideration when you're considering putting our kids in classes and you're not putting yourself in that situation, nor do I blame you for putting yourself in that situation. And I thank you for your time and listening to me.
Thank you for your comments.
Next will be Aaron Harris.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Grimes and school board members for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name's Erin Harris. I live in Grimes. I have a freshman and I have my son Quinn, who is a 5th grader at Dallas Center Elementary. Quinn has ADHD, dyslexia, and dysgraphia. He has an IEP for writing and a behavior intervention plan. He also receives reading intervention. School under normal circumstances is a very uncomfortable environment for Quinn and causes a lot of anxiety for him that manifests both physically and emotionally. The necessary mitigations that you have proposed to mitigate the spread of COVID, completely understand and support those. However, the additional expectations, social distancing, restricted movement within the building, and limited access to hands-on learning tools all present a potentially disastrous learning environment for Quinn. On the other hand, full-day online learning presents significant issues due to his ADHD. Our family deliberated long and hard and came to the conclusion that homeschooling with dual enrollment for math and science, as well as his specially designed instruction through his IEP, would be the best fit for Quinn, given all the above scenarios. This would allow Quinn to receive the dyslexia-specific reading curriculum at home that he has not had access to at school, and give him the opportunity to learn at home without the additional restrictions he would have at school. The dual enrollment would keep funding in our district, as well as maintain his IEP for when he's able to return. I notified Deb Kale of our intentions to homeschool and our plan to dual enroll. I was advised that in order to dual enroll, any learning provided by the school would have to be done in person, or we would have to enroll Quinn in full-time online learning to receive any instruction or IEP services online. There is no option to homeschool and dual enroll online, even though this is the best option for Quinn. We understand that these are unprecedented times, and everyone's doing the best they can to come up with solutions that will best serve our students and community. But the options of either full-time in person or full-time online, once again, does not take into consideration non-typical learners' needs. My son has a right to a free, appropriate public education, even when school looks like nothing we ever expected it to. I don't think it's unreasonable to ask for some flexibility within the choices in order to ensure our kids get the closest thing to a good education they can in circumstances that are less than ideal for everyone. One of my favorite things about Quinn and kids with learning disabilities is their ability to think outside the box. They innovate on the fly to adapt and cope with situations in a world that is, for the most part, not set up for them to succeed. But they keep on trying. They keep on communicating their needs, even when it's not perfect. I'm not asking your response to this to be perfect, Mr. Grimes and school board members, but I'm asking you to take into consideration the needs of all the students in our district when you plan for the upcoming school year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is that the last comment?
Yes.
Are there any changes that need to be made to the agenda?
Policy
Oh,
edits.
yes. So did everybody receive the updated policy edits? When we get to that portion of the agenda, we'll talk through what those changes were. Are there any other changes? Is there a motion to? Second. All those in favor, please raise your hands. The motion passes. It's unanimous. Is there a motion for the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please raise your hand. The motion passes. The vote is unanimous. So the first item on the agenda is the superintendent report. As Mr. Grimes gets into the superintendent report, what I wanted to do was maybe ask for the board to try and structure the dialogue. So if we could go through, Mr. Grimes is going to walk through the return to learn plans, the online remote learning information, the planned recommendation for the start of the school. I don't want to stifle any of the conversation, but if we could focus, like, so when he's talking about the return to learn plan, it'd be a great opportunity to ask all the questions about each of the individual plans. Then move into the online remote learning, ask all the questions we can about the online remote learning, and then move into the proposal for the recommendation. I know we're going to have to backtrack because I'm going to forget questions too. But if we can try and organize it a little bit, I think it'll help for the individuals that are listening to this on the phone.
Sounds good.
So as we talked about kind of the order of items that we'll be discussing tonight, just to kind of also give you more to compartmentalize. We're first going to review tab C. We're going to talk about the free plans. We'll first visit with the on-site plan review. We'll then move to the hybrid plan review, and then off-site continuous learning. We'll talk about questions after each portion, and then we'll move on to the remote online learning, which does coordinate with the three plans, but we want to have a separate dialogue on the online remote learning. So we will have a specific section to discuss that as it continues to the on-site plan reviews. I'm going to have Mrs. Van Workum kind of review the on-site plan reviews, and I will add comments as needed. Understand that it takes many people to go through the process of the on-site plan review, from beginning with cabinet committee, committee members, depending on what areas we've discussed. And a lot has changed from the June dialogue up to the dialogue we're having today. You'll also hear there are things that we actually found out this morning on some of the items that are being discussed tonight that we'll need to be able to present with those changes. So with everything that we're providing tonight is up and accurate as of today, and still does not change the recommendations that we would like to provide the board moving forward with. So we'll start with the on-site plan review.
If you recall, the on-site learning model is for the intent to have all students learning on-site with our teachers, knowing that we would have a percentage of students that would not be able to attend and would choose the option for that remote online learning. We're trying to be very specific about the wording so that we don't have confusion about what off-site continuous learning and what remote learning would be. The on-site model would have all of our students who are here, who were choosing to be on-site for their learning. We would have pieces in place for safety and mitigation. We'll talk about those a little bit more as we move through this. One of the things that we had spoken about at the last board meeting would be, would there be a possibility of additional time during the week for our teachers or month to have some time to be working on planning, because not only are we teaching the students who are here, we're also navigating social, emotional, mental health concerns, as well as safety mitigation, cleanliness, disinfection, sanitization as well. And at the last board meeting, when we talked about that, we said that could certainly be an option, and we did some math with that. Adding one additional day a month, one additional early out a month, puts us at 9 additional early outs. To go above that would cause us not to have the flexibility to end on time, but 9 would give us a little bit of cushion should we need it. But we could add an additional early out for on-site so that we have that extra time that teachers would have, as well as planning. And at the secondary, there's a planning period as well as a PLC time as well. For the on-site model, we would have those pieces in place for safety and health. We have the documents that are on the website and within our FAQ portion that talk about face coverings being required for staff and students. There is a conversation related to that about if social distancing can't be met, we would be requiring those face coverings. While it isn't in writing in here, we have had the question and we have answered that on that FAQ, is we absolutely are having conversations at every building level about what can take place for breaks for our students to have a chance to have that face covering off if they choose to have that. And it could be a variety of things. And to give exact examples will be difficult, because what I might be able to do in my 3rd grade classroom would be different than what a secondary group might look like. I think one of the examples is it might look like we're going to take just an unmasked, socially distanced walk outside in the afternoon a little bit. We'll have some learning that happens as we're walking that, taking that break. We'll get ourselves face covered up. We'll come back into an environment where we know there may be social distance concerns. But that is a conversation with every building about what that can look like and building those in for staff and students, but ways to do that. In our on-site learning, the schedule itself wouldn't change much. We would have our classrooms with our classroom teachers receiving that instruction. The specific conversation around specials, encore, art, music, PE, guidance counseling, what that might look like is needing to be determined by each building. We have not said out loud that we would be doing art on a cart, for lack of a better term, or our students could be going to that art class like they've experienced in the past with, again, mitigation and safety measures in place. So that is a discussion that we have scheduled this week with our admin team, knowing that from this evening, we will have a very specific decision that will allow our buildings, our building administrators, as well as their building leadership teams, to then build that specific information around what is needed in their building. What other items, Mr. Grimes, am I
I think
forgetting?
there's questions about the activities and size of classes. That we will definitely be looking at band, choir, PE, any class sizes. I think more secondary, any class sizes that are larger than 30, or just try to see if there's a way that we can equal out some of the classes to help reduce the number of students in a class. We also know that with the online option, that we know that we will have a percentage of our population out of the building for the semester or possibly the year. And that will be taken into account. So class lists in the elementary really have not been shared. That was communicated out to the public last week. Knowing that we really need to know what the commitment is for our parents for online, so that we can, even in the elementaries, distribute equally by buildings and by grades and by class. So the class list that I provide you monthly, depending on the numbers and sections and grades, will be less than what I share within the building. So that is now moving down to the building level with details and the expectations that we're working on with, this week. And then also, as we talk about online learning and the other options we're talking about that we shared tonight, we will be putting out probably another commitment request from parents for in-person and online. We will share that during the online portion of the season.
I know this has been in documents, it's been shared out loud, but you know, we do absolutely believe that the on-site education provides the best opportunity and the best education for our students. Academically, social, emotional, behavior. We just know that naturally, even with an on-site option, because the online remote learning is available, we will naturally have a reduction in the number of students attending in our buildings, even in an on-site model.
Scott, I had a question. Back to trying to levelize classes, are you looking across boundaries, or are you just looking at a building when you're just making that decision?
We are currently looking at by building and not across boundaries for that equaling out.
And then one other question, your commitment request. I know we've had some concerns from some feedback around specific requests and questions getting answered. How are we going to approach if we open it up for more commitment, another commitment request, that we get those questions answered individually before we make a sound decision? Can we open that up to somebody else in the district to help answer those questions, to help them besides the owners being on YouTube?
I think I'm hoping that with the information tonight that we provide for remote online learning, that those questions would have some answers that we were unable to provide in detail, but we would have those tonight, and then past that, we certainly could field the specific remote online learning questions.
And after our meeting tomorrow with cabinet, we will have more details to answers that we can provide to individual questions for a family that would need emails and ask us specifically on return to learn.
Thank you.
So what's your time frame for a survey?
Would get that on the online, but the survey would be going out again on Wednesday with details of specific online plans and the changes that came to the forefront this morning. And providing also, I think it gauges and supports some of the questions we've been receiving from our public of third-party online versus in-house using our classroom teachers. But we'll be able to provide those details during the online piece tonight. Yeah.
So just to clarify, the survey that went out last week really was used for us to kind of gauge where we were kind of expecting people's interest. This one will be an official.
This will be the official semester or year choice if the board approves the online plans that we'll be discussing tonight.
I assume it's an evergreen, like if they made a commitment before, they would need to opt out of that commitment.
It'll be a new survey with new details, and they'll mark their answers again. The first survey we will not use. We did have that for our use just to kind of get an idea of how many students by teacher, by grade, by building, and a percentage. And that helps with some of our cost determination for the follow-up survey. And we'll go into details of why that has shifted, and also probably the pros and cons of what it's going to support our students for an online education.
I would just ask that anybody that chose a commitment to be online, that we, if they do not respond again, that we at least reach out to them as a courtesy to make sure.
We have the list of everyone who has responded up until about 4 p.m. today.
Just so I'm clear, is the survey going back out to all students, parents?
Every parent will need to respond to this survey or the official commitment with the changes that are discussed tonight.
All right, so then I think there's probably a time later in the meeting then that you'll kind of go through the content of that survey so it makes sense to us and then makes sense to the folks that are listening in terms of what we're going to be asking and what we're able to maybe better answer in terms of that, and then what we're asking for in the way of commitment to that. Fair?
Fair, we can give the overall support of what that questions are going to be. Yes.
Good.
What other questions around on-site?
I've got a question, and so this is kind of getting back to the guidance that came out from, I believe, the governor's office on Thursday. And it kind of stepped through what happens if you have a COVID positive case in the building, and kind of what that interaction looks like between the Department of Health and the school. There's a bit of a contact tracing exercise, I believe, that happens, and then there's going to be some certainly quarantining of the affected individual, but then also those folks that were in close contact, presumably with that individual, both staff and students. And so I'm probably asking a question that probably puts in comparison both the in-person model as well as the hybrid model, which I know we haven't gotten to yet, but I think we all have enough concept of what those two things look like. And so obviously the distancing is going to be more difficult if we have all of our student body that's elected to come back in the building generally at the same time. It's also going to increase that opportunity to have to quarantine a larger swath of students. Have we been able to kind of think through that concept as the governor's office laid out relative to quarantining folks in close contact? And just by the nature of the way folks are going to be situated in a classroom, or situated in an athletic event, or situated in passing time. Passing time probably doesn't meet the time limit requirement, but other instances throughout the day, and compare that to the hybrid model, how does that kind of sort out between them? And does it make us think any different about the return to learn plan, full versus hybrid?
So both of those plans will have to run under the same tracing if we have a positive case. That conversation is between public health and will be communicated to our local nurse. That is then communicated into the district. At that point, we'll have conversations around the positive case, the individual. We'll be able to then at that point need to go back and it goes down to your seating charts and those individuals that actually sat next to that child versus a full class. So those are things that we will need to be more scripted in our school setting, would be seating charts, isolating students that are probably going to be groups and smaller groups within a class. Passing periods, you're right, we're going to look at the 6 feet, 15 minutes, which they have communicated to us, is that is something that we need to be aware of as we possibly could have a case within a setting. So when it comes down to a classroom, we can isolate it to either half the class, the full class, or even the 7 students that might sit next to a child throughout the day, and the timing of the 6 foot 15 minutes. But those are all conversations that we would have between the district and the Iowa Department of Public Health, and then even by county. So those were the recommendations by the county when we communicated with them. Having a mask worn 100% on site limits the need for widespread disruption to a student body based off of wearing a mask or not wearing a mask also.
So just to clarify, if we have a situation where you have an affected student or staff member and they're within 6 feet for 15 minutes of another individual and both are wearing a mask, they don't fall into the quarantine requirement?
They may not. If they're both wearing a mask and they're both facing certain directions, or we have plexiglass between, those would be examples that we would need to have a conversation with public health, which students at that point would need to be notified or have to quarantine for that time period.
Kind of part B to that question then is, if we select either of these models, and we have a student that needs to be out for a quarantine period, how are we giving instruction to them while they're home for that quarantine period?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm getting some information that people can't hear very well, so I don't know if it's possible we can adjust. It's great conversation, I just want to make sure people from home can hear.
I just think we need to talk louder. I'm not sure if there's much more adjustment on the microphone.
Maybe a friendly reminder every few minutes to tell people.
Break down our distance. Put your mask on and get closer to the mic.
Thank you, sorry, I didn't mean to-
Thank you. Let me try to go back. So if we have someone out, they're affected, or if they were close to an affected person and have to be quarantined as part of the on-site plan, whether that be hybrid or full on-site, how do we deliver instruction to those individuals during that quarantine period, however long it may be, 14 days or whatever period of time?
We would look at that. So we have had students who have influenza, who have had mono, who are out for an extended period of time and need their learning provided to them so that they can continue. We would first look at what are some ways in which we would have handled that in the past in a sickness setting, as well as if it is something that needs to be over and above a provided document through electronic means. We would have the experience from last spring, and as part of our off-site continuous learning, we would have the ability to give students and their families access to learning through Seesaw, pre-K2, Google Classroom through third. So that can be provided in a similar fashion as we did last spring. If it's something that's needed as hard copy, that can be put together, can be picked up by families at the building if they're needing something other than a digital or online portion.
So if I understand, Jill, then really, if someone's out for a period of time, it's no different than what our on-site model looked like prior to COVID, and they were out for a general illness. We're going to deliver that work and instruction to them in the same way. So some combination of work at home and then getting them caught back up after they return to the building.
Yes, and we could have the added layer, which we hadn't in the past, of our staff understanding how to use Seesaw as a delivery method and Google Classroom, because we will be providing some more training for them. So that could be an additional layer that families and students could experience this coming year that we didn't always have access to in the past.
During a typical influenza season, what's the percentage of kids that are in that scenario where you have to do instruction today? You know,
I don't know what our numbers have been in the past when we've had students out with influenza. I do know that there are times where we have students who have missed a full week of school, as far as that 5 days, could have not come back even that next week until midweek, depending on how they have handled that. Mono, maybe more secondary than elementary. That absence sometimes is quite lengthy, depending on how someone reacts to that. I just don't know, chickenpox don't happen much anymore, as far as kids being out a number of days, but.
I guess back to Ryan's point, if you have a certain percentage, we're gonna be able to support providing instruction to those kids. If there's a certain percentage out, I was just trying to get an idea based off the flu season, what percentage do we deal with today that's normal we can handle versus what is a higher amount?
I don't know if we have those numbers by building, if we've collected those in the past in the district.
That's fine. I was
No.
just curious.
And we have a percentage of absence in the buildings every day, kept daily. Our nurses are required, if there's a certain percentage of leave based off of an illness, that we need to report those things to the Department of Public Health. I mean, that is, our nurses and health are monitoring daily the percentage of the population that is gone and trying to locate what areas they're gone for. Conversations through this plan and working with the nurse that supported the planning of the document, we're going to have to do a better job of trying to isolate when parents call in or communicate with us of why their student is gone. We need to have a list of follow-up questions to be able to identify or isolate a little bit more of why the individual is absent for the day. And then we also talk about part of that health screener that we talked about for staff as well as students and families. Part of that health screener would be questions we could relate off of when conversing with a family, but we do need to kind of keep a different level of documentation, specifically COVID related.
I go through this, it's a lot, and you guys are working your tails off. But the process for each of it's really confusing as far as if a student were to be diagnosed, does each building have its own process for who the family would be working with for schoolwork, for health? Does that make sense?
For on-site,
Yes.
if they were to be sick or requested to be home for 14 days, they would be working with their homeroom teacher at the elementary. At the secondary, they would have their course teachers, just like they would, I'll say, if they had influenza, the flu.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So they will follow that same protocol they
Process.
had in the
Okay.
past. Yes.
I just have a couple of questions on the stuff you've already presented. additional time for planning, adding potentially 1 day a month. That would be like an hour and a half early dismissal. I'm gonna take this down so you can hear better. If we were to consider if teachers are going to need more time to provide that type of stuff, and have you looked at some like crunch numbers? Is there a way to make that a weekly thing if that were even necessary? And how many days does it add in, and does it still fit in within 192 or whatever teacher contract is?
So we looked at adding from last month's meeting, we did look at what, 18, so twice a month. So they'd have 2 PD, 2 the other 2 would be for planning, working. That took us to 18, and that was putting us out past our end date. That would extend our school year. And
But would it keep it within teacher contract days? Do you know what I'm saying?
I don't know if it took us past when we did the math. I don't know. We were looking at hours of student instruction. I guess we didn't do the math on teacher contract days.
Okay, I'm just thinking about how much extra work we're gonna be asking our teachers to do, and it's planning time is going to be valuable, especially if I think about the elementary level and that leads me right into my second question, which is schedules wouldn't change much, you said. What about things like lunch and recess? Is that going to be in the classroom? Are we thinking about using our cafeterias? At the elementary level, if it's in the classroom and with their teacher, that takes away some of their time. In the high school, secondary, I can't imagine any social distancing happening within the commons areas. So what do you, and I know that's going to be building specific, but what do you see as kind of that plan happening?
Do you want to talk a little bit, Michelle, about Topper? They have worked to talk about what that could look like in each of the buildings, and some choice with dining area.
Donna and I have worked with our corporate to develop a menu and secure supplies so that meals can be, first of all, going through the lunch line is touchless. They don't have to touch a keypad or anything. Second, they'll pick up a clamshell type container so that it's transportable to the classroom. So the students will actually get up, rise, go through, and go back to eat, unless it is a situation where we can achieve social distancing and facing all the same direction in the lunchroom. If that is possible at certain lunch periods, they may use the cafeteria in some instances, but otherwise it's returning to the classroom. And we've talked to Taher about their procedures for sanitation, what the training is for their staff. They have a very nice setup for training of their individuals and how to keep team A and team B in certain situations. If they do have an illness, they have people to fill in, etc. So we have those plans in place with Taher.
In terms, back to Kathy's question, in terms of like the staffing, who's covering that, so that expectation would be that the same homeroom teacher sits with those students during lunch, so essentially they're not getting.
So we looked at other ways to supervise lunch in classroom periods, within a hallway, within 4 classrooms, so that we can minimize the number of adults needed to supervise, to give breaks to teachers or staff within those areas. We would also look at other staff within the district that could go through a rotation to help support the lunchroom aspect of it. The question has been in the public of whether daycare can use the lunchroom spaces during the day to help provide, since it's sounding like we're not using, lunch will be in the school. We plan to keep as many open spaces as possible so that if on a rotation, students could eat in the lunchroom and not their classroom on certain days, because we can house a number of students in a classroom or in a lunchroom. Secondary wise, it would be not just the commons area, but they're looking at using the gym space as well as bleachers. So they're freeing up opportunities for secondary for lunch. So it's just not in a contained area. And we will be having dialogue as a building about possibilities of open campus during certain times of the day. that we typically would not have in place, but to help provide some social distancing during those high period of time, so that we don't have 100% on site or secondary, and to see if there's opportunity for us to open campus. You know, there are things that we have in place, and this kind of goes with, I would say, all the rules we have in school that we need to change that typically would not be our practice. Locker usage, you're gonna hear about backpacks, drinking fountains versus bottles, open campus, early release, late starts. Just, they're not our typical practice, but they're things I think we as a building and as administrators need to look at for this year to help support some of those social distancing items.
One of the questions I had was, and I thought I hit it at the end of the, kind of after you get through all the art return to learn plans, but was, how are the building level plans coming? So most of what we've talked about has been the district level return to learn plans. And we've called out that each of the buildings is working on a building level return to learn plans that I feel like will have a lot of the detail that we're asking about. What sort of progress and when will those
The
be back?
drafts of those plans were due to us on Friday. We knew that a lot of the finalizing of the district level return to learn plan, which I can review in more detail specifically, but their plans will be the details below each of the district plans
In the reentry guide.
in the
In
reentry
that
guide.
table.
Now, like everything within a district, the board reviews the district level stuff, and the building level then builds off of that. So what you will have presented tonight and approved on will be the first order that every building will need to have in place in their buildings. But then they'll tailor it down to pick up, drop off, lunchroom, classroom, by building or by subject, or can be, of how they're going to ensure what we have in the district plan can be done in the building level plan.
There's a statement in the return to learn plans about feedback on the building level plans. How does that look, or how are you instrumenting getting feedback on the building level plans?
So currently, I'm aware that our principals at least had conversations with their building leadership teams, and then also requested feedback by teachers, depending on buildings, to help kind of formulate or start that conversation of what school can look like in the buildings, depending on the plans. That feedback will continue next week, or tomorrow, as we communicate with the cabinets. And then we're also talking about communication or expectations we'd have with the list of teacher question and answers that we have received, that we'll be going through tomorrow, that will not only support by building, but will support all administrators and the return to learn plans. And then also knowing within that communication at what points we're also communicating, at what times will we be sharing by buildings, or we can expect buildings to be sharing that plan out, or communicating question and answers with their own teachers in their buildings. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. Does that at all eventually come back to the board, or is that all going to be done at the building and then the district level?
Like most planning and buildings, I've never really brought pick up and drop off to the board for approval. We've never really gone through how kids are going to schedule their day. We've never brought to how PE looks, or, I mean, those are details. We will share those plans at the August board meeting, and those can be, we can share them there, but it really will be not a feedback or giving information back to.
Would parents be able to access that once it's finalized on that building's website, or?
Like a handbook, it will
You're right.
become information that a building will publicize out to their the building of what the structure will look like in the building.
I have
Go ahead.
So in talking about class sizes and if we go back with the full plan, not a hybrid plan, what percentage right now does it look like are asking for online? You said you had those numbers as of 4 o'clock today, and give it, so first let's have just that. What's your percentage looking like?
Currently, we have 342 K-12 requests for online.
And that's about 10%, a little more than that?
Yeah.
Okay,
About 11 if we're using, we keep using 3,300 as our number, but
so roughly, okay, give or take. So that would still leave our class sizes pretty much where our board goals are. So at the elementary, we might still have 20 at the older kids, 20 to 25 in the classroom. What does that look like size-wise for placement of desks or seating spaces? Is there a 6-foot allowable space when you look at that?
We will not have 6-foot allowable spaces in the classroom. I'm not sure if even the A-B model, we would have 6-foot placement in the classes. So each of the hybrid versus online, the 6-foot distance may not be achievable within classes or all of them. That is where requirement of masks comes in play, and also arrangement of desks. We wouldn't have cluster grouping, we wouldn't have cooperative learning circles. Desks would be more of the traditional setting, and we would probably reduce things towards the end of the wall so that you can space out more left to right, and then also front to back. We may need to remove other items out of a classroom to help provide more space. As with conversations with other districts in similar situations, the conversation or term is you need to declutter your classroom, and you need to provide as much space for desks and less space for manipulative bookshelves or items that may take up space. And no, we do not have more storage space for those items. We would then need to find out what's the next step to provide some of that storage.
And are we thinking about physical barriers also, carols, whatever, or is that just?
So we have met about plexiglass. We have those already up in all of our office areas as a barrier, but we're also looking at what options we can provide for a table for 4, cost for a lunchroom table, a round table, or even an individual desk partition, so that students may work at their desk without masks, as long as they have something that's protecting them. We're not just looking at plexiglass, but the cost of that is about $80 per desk. We're looking at $300 to $400 for an example of a lunchroom table. So there are costs associated with the level of protection that we want to put up. We have already purchased other areas for beyond plexiglass, so it's a safety. We've provided masks for all of our staff. We have over 1,000 masks to be provided for students that are unable to obtain their own. We have a plexi shield or face shield that has been purchased for all staff members, as well as some for students that may need them for lip reading or conversations. And we also purchased another level of clear masks that is more of the mask base and not the shield helmet base for our staff as well, probably more for the younger age than upper age. We have 3 options that we're providing for staff as part of that barrier. But I know you're talking about the setting barriers, but I'm kind of giving you ideas about pricing of the plexiglass and other options. So we did look at a trifold for not clear, that a student could just have at their desk. The example of this would be more of the study carrel type conversation. So if a student's working at their desk and they're working on their computer, or they're just reading a book aloud, they would be able to put up their their trifold at their desk, take their mask off, and be able to read without mask on. But knowing that once the trifold goes down, the mask comes on. And those are not as costly as the plexiglass
Do
barrier.
we have any, I mean, if the plexiglass is $80 a desk, what do you think the carousel is? Cardboard? What's the cost per? Sorry, I want to make sure we look at it, because I think I think if families knew that might be in the classroom, that perhaps that would give a little bit of reassurance to those families that have concerns about the length of time in a mask, the proximity to others. You know, I think it's worth looking into as a viable option to help those families feel a little bit more comfortable.
Yes. And we do have classrooms that right now only have tables in them. We do not have desks.
But perhaps maybe just at, like, where we talk about elementary age children, they have more difficulty, you know, with the mask. Maybe it's something we look at just elementary level, where we maybe would count on older children to be able to keep their masks on.
Yes. We do have some, and right now we're communicating with elementary level on what possibly the needs are for their buildings on plexiglass usage.
I know you said, oh, sorry, go.
No, I was just saying, some websites have them at a pack of 24 for $65, a pack of 48 for $75.
Okay. Relatively nominal.
We've also had families have reached out to ask if they could donate plexiglass items or face shields or provide one for their own child. This does bring up another, kind of working with the community. I did meet with the faith-based organizations this last week about child care and what supports they could provide. We did ask if there's a way to help support some of the donations for masks. Some schools have set up an Angel account to help support on some of these items, and we may be looking at that for our community if they feel they would like to donate for the cause and help support the district within some of those items that will support our staff as well as our students.
And do we have any idea how many of those items might be on back order, as every district in the nation who is looking at going back is ordering?
On the one site, they were available now.
Okay.
We're finding out there's a large amount of plexiglass in the world, in that they're able to get a pretty quick turnaround on plexiglass.
I was just gonna ask real quick, for the hearing impaired students, are we looking at face shields for just them or for their entire class? Because I know communicating with their class, if they're gonna be with them all day long, is that something that we can look at, providing the face shields for that entire class versus just that student and just that teacher, just so that they can communicate no problems with their classes? Is that on our radar?
Having a number of child, yes, we can order more. But I'm trying to think of how many we've ordered so far.
We have 850 face shields. We're looking at child-sized face shields and trying to find a reputable. There's a lot of non-reputable stuff out there right now.
Right.
So.
We are looking at child-sized face shields. Yes.
Yeah. Cool.
I want us to move into the hybrid part to talk about that. Are there other questions about on-site that you need to get out?
I reserve the right to ask more later.
Yes, absolutely.
And I think some of the questions you've asked were actually items that
Great.
we were going to cover, or we will just try to make sure we don't cover it again.
I have one, but it's staff centered, so it can be at any plan. So I'll wait till we're done.
Okay.
Well, as you might remember, there was a hybrid plan draft that looked one way, and then after a proclamation meeting, a press conference, our hybrid plan had to change because ours did not meet the minimum of 50% instruction on site. So as we looked at the hybrid model, and just as a reminder, kind of confusion sometimes about the definition and using that. I know some media sources will use the words hybrid or online or on-site interchangeably as well. The state and our district is defining hybrid as an on-site delivery model which reduces our population or the capacity in the building to approximately 50%, with on-site and off-site learning occurring during those weeks that students are in and out of our building. So that is the state's definition, that is ours as well. So when we talk about hybrid, that's what that would look like. The addition to that is our district still would offer a remote online for families who did not feel it was in the child's best interest, help us to be on site even in the hybrid model. In the hybrid model, we would still look at an A-B grouping. The state requires that we meet the requirements within a 2-week time period. So it isn't just on a 1-week basis. It's making sure that within those 2 weeks, each 2 weeks, that we are meeting that requirement. We are having the AB division as week 1 being 3 days of group A, 2 days that week group B. The second week, we would begin that second week with 2 days with group A, 3 days with group B. That helps us meet the law of having at least 50% of the instruction on site. With this grouping, the feedback that we received from staff in our surveys about their like or dislike of our earlier requests and options for a hybrid model is they were not interested in long periods of time without face-to-face contact with their students. So that in the past, we had one option is we could have a full week, B a full week. That was not a preference of our staff because that went 5 full days without having face-to-face contact. So in the options that we looked at to also meet the requirements of law now, this division allows very little time between that next group coming back to on-site with the teacher. The students who would be off-site during that week would have learning given to them, could be recorded, could be similar to, there would be activities that would be linked, there would be online digital books, there could be assignments. Those would be delivered through K2, the Seesaw platform, 312, using Google Classroom. Our students, I know a question that has come up some from our community is, so will they have to test at home with a parent? So if there's a test for a course or, you know, a subject or a chapter test or something like that, our intent is that instruction happens, direct instruction happens with our teachers. We would have new and review learning happen off-site, but assessments and testing need to happen with our teachers. Our teachers want to know what their students know and are able to do, and they will want to be the ones making sure that when those assessments happen, they're happening with them so that they know what is needed next for students. In that hybrid piece as well, we would talk about making sure that our students who have that off-site learning, we would be requesting or suggesting, if a hybrid model would be the model we would be using, that we do have every Wednesday as an early out. Due to the fact that we have staff who are teaching on site, creating, planning, recording for that off-site learning to make sure that they are receiving quality instruction as well. So that would be different than what an on-site request would be.
Could you clarify between, is your offsite the 100% offsite, or is
Yes.
this the people that would be home, remote learning?
So when I talk about in a hybrid model, we'll have A's in a building, B's are at home, so offsite. They still will receive recorded lessons, activities, content while they're at home, so that they are ready to come back into the classroom prepared. So it's new and review that's happening with the B's. Sorry, I say that and then I think of Michelle. So the B's come back and then the A's they're at home, they have remote learning options, recorded assignments, activities shared with them, because they are learning, they're provided learning 5 days in that week. 1 week they're receiving it in person 3 days. The next week they're receiving it in person 2 days. So they would have that learning happening every day, but only with a teacher in the building, 3 or 2 depending on the week.
And Ronnie, we would still have those that have chosen 100% online for the semester or year by themselves.
Yes.
So it's 3 levels of that happening.
Okay, that's what I was.
And the everyday early out, since it is a hybrid, and we will be requiring students to be doing online activities for those 2 hours, it does not have to count against our master calendar. That is why we are saying every week would be early out. We don't have to count those hours going against our master calendar, because our students will be required to have online activities for those 2 hours when they're not in session.
And I just want to make sure, you said every week, every day, but it's really only
It's
Wednesday.
only
Every
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Every Wednesday.
No, it
It was me.
I thought so, but I just want to make sure, only Wednesday early.
Only
hours.
Wednesday early out.
At the older ages, are we thinking at all about having synchronous learning going on if students are not in the group that's in person that day? I mean, is that something that we've looked at in terms of, 6 through 12, where students could log in and participate in the classroom virtually?
In a hybrid model?
Correct.
We haven't talked about that in a hybrid model because, or are you talking,
Like when A's in class,
okay, so a
B
B.
is virtual,
Mhm.
can they come in and virtually listen and participate
But
live?
They would be receiving the same information as the A's already received. So our teachers will be teaching A's, their learning, and then they'll move to the B's and be doing the same type of learning. So what you're saying is trying to have them be 100%
So
on
perhaps
the
what I'm
whole time.
suggesting, yes, is that, 9-12, for example, you're seamless, you're still moving in and out of those virtual classrooms by broadcasting in, essentially. But that's not what you're saying. You're saying currently right now it's asynchronous, which is self-paced
Just
when you're not
when
in
they,
person.
yes, when they are not in person, they could have, yes, recorded lessons, they could have those activities through Google Classroom that they have. The Wednesday early out also would allow us to have some office hours, for lack of a better term, that's for our staff then at that secondary older, to be able to answer those questions for students. At the elementary, probably more of a family contact about what's happening and questions. But no, we have not had the conversation about having students attend 100% of the time.
And maybe it's not 100%, maybe it's partial, some courses, just to throw it out as an idea. We're
But-
seeing it at the collegiate level, so.
But now, because of attendance and required work, they would need to be, I mean, if that was an option, yes, we would be
I don't know
taking
if I
attendance.
quite follow. Can I ask it a different way? So take any particular lesson. So we're going to teach long division. So is group A learning long division in the classroom while group B is learning long division via a video that's been pre-recorded? Or is it everybody learns their turn in the classroom? So group A comes in, they learn long division in the classroom, and then group B learns long division in the classroom.
Yeah, so a teacher is teaching their
So we're
children.
not doing new learning at home. New learning only happens in the classroom.
There could be some new learning happen when they are at home as I'll say, a preview to set them up to come in. So I'm gonna give you new learning. I'm gonna send home a pre-assessment because we're gonna start long division. And I wanna know where you are. So my group is going to get a pre-assessment for long division as well as some of the continued work from when they left me on Wednesday. So when they come back to me and they're showing up, I have that information about where everyone is with long division. So it could be new learning that isn't new. It isn't new learning in that they are going to have to teach themselves or a parent is responsible for delivering new information. But it could be new information that is introduced to them as a pre-assessment or in a flipped classroom kind of setting where I'm going to read about this information. I'm going to learn a little bit about it. And then when I come to the classroom, we're really going to dig in and problem solve, and there's going to be direct instruction around it.
At the elementary level, how much time do you expect and we keep calling them Bs, but the group that's at home to spend on the materials that are sent home for their time at home?
You know, that's going to vary. It's going to vary between kindergarten and as well as our 5th graders. That's going to be also one of the things that we talk about with focusing on a core focus versus what that would look like with delivery of encore and other elective classes, because they will be receiving that as well. So they could be expected to have some of that time being pretty substantial with those core classes. But again, we can start to have conversations if this is our model, then we can plan as a district and a building, what does that look like? So for 3rd grade, we know we are heavy during this time of math, that this is a new concept. This is heavy for 3rd graders. This really is time intensive. Okay, for science and social studies, what does that look like? Can we then deliver that in a way that balances out that math time? It's also the conversation around, now that we know what that content looks like as a teacher, we could then look at what encore activities could we maybe take to, not every day, maybe not twice a week. We could look at it as a weekly. It could be art, music, PE guidance as a weekly activity too.
As we originally envisioned it, we thought we were going to have all of Wednesday to prepare that material, right? So all of Wednesday was to be able to do that planning, like you were talking about within the building as district, and then the planning of the materials, the pre-recorded videos, the assignments, the pre-assessments, were also to be fit into that particular period of time for the group that's at home. You're going to do that. You're still going to have a time every Wednesday, right? That's the idea. It's just going to be 2 hours, hour and a half. What's early out?
Two. I mean,
So if they have 2 hours and they have 50 questions from students that are at home, like, I guess that's what I'm seeing in my head, is like, okay, well, I got 50 emails and I gotta make a video.
that would be in our list of pros and cons. For a hybrid model, one would have to decide where they would put that. Is that a pro or not a pro for a hybrid model?
But you have carved off time for this. I mean, that's what you're telling us, is that it would be an early out each week in order.
The most we can based off of the law.
By law, this is the most we can give them.
Well, at the last meeting, we were frustrated because there wasn't any, we didn't
There
think,
wasn't enough.
yeah, we didn't think there was any, basically.
So we're trying to find time, and we're,
Does it
providing
have,
that time because they're doing some online activities during those 2 hours.
does it have to be the 2 hours? Half time would be 2.5, could it be right after lunch, more like a half day? So, I mean, I know that's not a lot more, but an hour in the teacher's world is a lot of time. It's not enough, but I'm just curious, is half a day, you feed them lunch and they could go?
We talked about our conversation about an early out every week, considering our families, so that they knew it's every Wednesday at the same time. So PD day is this time, but non-PD PD days would be an hour earlier. So it was a conversation about continuity and that consistency for families. Would it be better to have an early out at the exact same time every Wednesday? Absolutely. If you're asking just in a just all about us world, it would be lovely to give them a 3-hour early dismissal on those days that we don't have PD. What that looks like, I mean, the busing is they'll show up when we dismiss. But it's that remembering and the continuity of dismissal.
I guess I'm curious why it couldn't be that even on PD days, but that first hour is planning for them, and then they go into the PD at the time that would have been the PD. If those hours don't count against us, and we already were prepared to potentially go to every month, but maybe that PD backs up to only what we had initially planned. I mean, I think there's some, do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I think there would be a way to maybe fit that in if we didn't think the 2 hours was enough time.
So in a hybrid, we could
It
take,
doesn't seem like a lot of time.
It isn't a lot of time, because it will go quickly between emails, questions,
the full day.
office hours, whatever. Yeah.
Well,
Full day was best.
we talked about this that last meeting, that does PD, and to Scott's point, does PD have to look the same as it always has? We are not in the same environment, we're trying to make this fit. Maybe we have to look at that model and say, that's not gonna work right now, and try to be more flexible. So I would encourage everyone to try to get a little creative around that idea, because I think that will be, if we go this way, I don't know how critical it's going to be to have to make sure we hit every mark with every PD, if we really need that instructional side.
So whether we go this way up front or down the road, we have to be able to answer those questions. And so what I'm hearing, and if the board would approve the 3 plans that are presented tonight, is that you would approve early outs on Wednesday, but if we could extend that time, you would be okay with us extending that time than what we have currently. Because we're not gonna be able to put the board back together to have an approval of just those 2 hours, if that makes sense. But the board can approve the plan on Wednesday early out, time determined by building level administration or district level, because we're still gonna need to get approved beyond our district.
I think, we visited about this last time in the regular board meeting a couple of weeks ago when we were together. And we had talked about maybe both, trying to figure out how to maximize that time, and then to the extent that we can, minimize the PD time. And I understand that, Joe, you indicated that there's some required PD targets that we have to hit across the year, so certainly don't want to fall out of compliance with that. But I think doing both in terms of minimizing PD time and maximizing planning time for kind of the duration of this pandemic would probably be in the best interest of both the students and the teachers, in my mind.
At this point, for professional development, I'm not as concerned about the hour requirement or the number. We have committed a number of things for professional development this year. Dr. Soldo, so we already have dates in planning for that. We have dates for our associates who will receive social, emotional behavior, mental health, PD supports that are comparable to Dr. Soldo. So those are some of those days. We talked about that online remote learning, effective remote instruction through going digital for our staff were to be 2 days in August, and our first 2 early outs PD in September. They will need that. And as you hear more later about online, but they will need that. So right now, the things, I am someone who, we usually plan this in April, in a normal traditional year. We have blanks or the word tentative in a lot of our dates, except where we can't. So for instance, that scheduling of our associate support is in there. Our Dr. Soldo dates. In February and March, we have ISAS that will have to have our staff be trained. It's something every year. Pearson and Iowa testing require of every staff member in the district who will be assessing or even standing next to someone who's assessed, essentially. But they're,
standardized testing is gonna happen for usual?
right now, they are telling us that they see no, today, there is no waiver on the horizon for federal testing to be waived this year. Now, we know it's only August as well. But right now, we have to test our state assessments. Even if our students are not on site and they're remote, we have to fast test Alpha 21, ISAS, alternate assessment, all of those state and federal tests have to happen as of today.
But there is conversation that it might cost.
I have not heard any conversation. The information that we have received is right now, at the federal level, they don't see waivers happening this school year. But again, it's August, and we know things change, yeah. So,
Can I ask one question about the instructional videos that will go out? So like for the videos that need to go out for BBB, are we thinking teachers are gonna do their own like math, science, social studies, or are we like, do we have one teacher that we're thinking can send out all of the math for the week or all of the science, all the social studies?
that's a great question. So they can, as a grade level, like last spring, when we met and said, as third grade teachers in this building, we need to make sure we have English language arts, math, science, social studies, and we alternated. They could decide within that group who did what. Some would say, I do math, I'll do the math, I'm great, I'm fine with being in front of a camera, I'll do these if you do this. We want them to play to their strengths, and everybody's situation is different, and we had that last spring too. I didn't have a child at home every single day because of my age or my child's age. But there are some that I would have taught with that had children at home and didn't have as much freedom as I did. So I could take on something and we would trade that way. So we would anticipate we would still have that happen. We don't want to micromanage that with the grade level. We'll have conversations about it. We'll be clear about the buildings will know, building principals will know first. This is how it looks in kindergarten, first grade, second grade, fifth grade in my building. This is how we've done that. And then each week when we meet as admin, we have that information shared. It's a great question. We would want that to happen if they would like to do it that way. Thank you for asking that.
Would you foresee a template like we had last year perhaps for the online days? So students would know what was expected and families are already kind of familiar with that template, even though it was voluntary before. Would you foresee something like that? So parents would also have access to kind of what was expected during those days?
We absolutely could. Having that delivery platform with Seesaw and Google Classroom, the meet will be held within those. But even last year during spring, as I was reviewing those continuous learning plans that were created each week, our high school used Google Classroom quite often because that was a natural fit, how they did business. And that template would come and there would be a blurb about this is the topic, this is the standard, log into Google Classroom and there's your assignment. So that could still be something that is shared with the family, and then that link to move to that platform in Seesaw or Google Classroom could be then found, and that family could then do that assignment, activity, watch the recording, know what's happening.
Jill, you mentioned pro and con, and I think if we could for a minute, maybe talk about both of these plans together. And I think as we've read through it, or I've read through it, and then we've heard from teachers and parents in the district, I think it's clear that I think everyone agrees that as much in-person learning as possible is the best way for kids to learn. But there's also the notion of how much safety do you sacrifice in the execution of that, right? And so if we think about the hybrid model, there'd be fewer students in the class or in the building at any one time, and the safety benefits or potential safety benefits that would come along with that. And you kind of compare that to the full back model. If you could maybe just spend a couple of minutes talking us through, maybe more from an administration, and then as you talk with the building administrators and the teachers, kind of how did you get to which one of these models do you think is the best fit for us now, and kind of some of that pro-con conversation?
I think I would tell you that obviously having, the communication that continues to go out being the goal is to have all of our students on site for those reasons of being able to see them, to connect with them, to know what they are doing, struggling with, doing well every single day. Knowing that it's not perfect in a safety and mitigation piece, now that we have talked about face coverings needing to be worn by our students and our staff to help elevate that safety piece, having them here. I would say that we would still today say that on-site would be the goal for our students. We won't have 100% of our students on site because we have a percentage choosing the remote online, at least as an initial thought for what they would like their student to be doing this year. We
also talked about online, and part of that percentage of feedback that came back from the family back in the survey about the VEO and their comfort level of being able to work with their child at home versus at school. We had 47% of our parents reply back that they needed guidance, instruction, and supplies to be able to do online learning effectively through that process. They also, 25% of them said that parents had little or no time to support their student learning at home. So there are factors that online will not actually probably support the child when they're not in the classroom. And those are things that we take into factor as we say we want as many people on site as possible so that we can provide them that education for social, emotional, and mental health as well as education through that time. We also know that when a student is off-site and learning in a hybrid model, which we may have to go to eventually, depending on what the number of students, we know that some students are not going to have that education happen. And that is still a risk factor to us for those students that are not able to get an education when they're not on site. Also daycare has been a huge conversation about on-site 100% versus a hybrid model. Those are things we have to factor in. As many daycare providers are now being asked to provide the online learning aspect if that child is not in the home, well, that is something that our daycare providers will not be able to. I mean, that's an added responsibility that needs to be put in place as well. The pro is reducing the number of students on site. The cons are the amount of students that are off site during that academic process.
It was a lower percentage, but we still do have a percentage of families who don't have adequate access to the internet. That is reliable internet access. So on those days that our students wouldn't be on site, that would also be an added complication when we talk about those identified areas. as well as the workload to our staff in a hybrid manner to provide on-site recordings, planning with the limited time now that we are allowed by law.
Might just for a quick second, and then pivot then back to the earlier conversation we were having about kind of forced quarantine and, you know, the potential of that. And I understand that there's some things that we're working hard in the safety space to mitigate that situation, probably in both models to the extent that we can, and appreciate the work on that. But nevertheless, I'm the father of three that once in a while they have to miss a day or two or three of school. And, you know, it's a pretty good hump once they get back to school to get their caught up even after a day or two or three. I can't really imagine what that looks like after 14 days of being out, whether that's for good cause and illness or it's because of there's a quarantine. And I might just ask that we really kind of step away and think about that period of time and what we're going to be doing to support students during that 14 days of being out. I think your answer earlier was we're going to kind of do what we've traditionally done when we've had kids out for the flu or mono. And I'm sure that we've done the best we could with that, but with the potential of the cadence in which this could happen and not really having control of that decision making, because it sounds like it's largely going to be information given to the Department of Health and then largely instruction given back to us that we're going to need to, you know, support. I think we need to really think about how we support the kids during that 14 days out and not have as much work that they're trying to get back and get caught up, as well as trying to do and consume the new instruction. That's just a big deal. And so I don't know how that looks, but I might just kind of frame that as a bit of a problem that I think we need to go away and think about in the days that we have ahead of the school year. And what's that plan going to be specifically around the quarantine group and support while they're out?
I'm sorry that I wasn't clear enough either, but those two options with our Seesaw platform and that Google Classroom delivery is our added layer that we did not have access to in the past when we may have traditionally given work to students who were out ill. So that model, to use that ability, so that description of an off-site continuous learning or the hybrid piece, we would plan to use that same process with a student who had an extended absence. Even an extended absence unrelated to COVID. If there is a major health issue, a student had a surgery, an organ surgery, something in that manner, had treatments that needed to be done. We then now can take that into that model of here are lessons that you're receiving, there would be that communication, as opposed to here are the 6 assignments you missed, handing them to somebody in a paper version and saying, we'll see you when you come back on Friday. We would be looking at that additional layer.
And then protecting some time for the teachers to be able to keep that current and updated in either of these models.
Well, that would be hopefully dependent upon a decision of allowing extra time for our teachers, you know, on those early outs, because they would need that additional time.
Yeah, and I might have gotten lost in the conversation a little bit between the full crew in and the hybrid and what we can do and what we can't. But, you know, I don't know that it's in everybody else's benefit to spend more time on that. But I think just probably back to the earlier comments about trying to protect as much of that time as we can, because I think in either any of these models, online resources are going to be awfully important. And I think they're just simply going to have to be more robust and capable than what they've had to do in the past, right?
And I think another layer that you brought up that we've added, I mean, the board did take the action to increase our one-to-one program from 3rd grade up. And we also know that if a younger student was in hybrid, we would be able to provide them or a classroom the opportunity for that online. So we would even have another layer that we can communicate with families easier by even having them have a device at home, where previously students were home with the flu, they didn't have a device with them. They would have had something picked up, or their neighbor would have probably drop the packet off next door. Well, we don't want that happening. So it's really how do we communicate that effectively too. The other piece of that with providing staff time, we've had conversations about, we're probably going to need to be providing opportunities for staff to work beyond contract hours with some payment if they were to need to work beyond their day. We know that we're going to have dollars put aside for that to be able to happen, and that's the other way that we can provide time for staff is we can control what happens within their day, but if we need more time, we have to be able to provide that through hours and dollars to be able to support that. We know it's not unlimited, but we have to have that flexibility during this time to allow some staff to be able to do that.
Sorry about that. No, you're fine. More questions about hybrid? In general, both, it's probably both, hybrid and on-site staffing. We talked about kids being quarantined, staff. At what level of staffing can we support being out in hybrid versus on-site?
So we have very diligently reached out and embraced our substitute staff and found out who has agreed to come back. At this time, we have 70% committed to returning for the next year. We have another 10% who are either in the process of completing or the process of deciding. So we're at 80% staffing levels for substitutes at this time. And that's impressive in comparison to lots of other areas.
And is it feasible to use those substitutes on a fully staffed day that does some of this online instruction?
Well, we have always used substitutes during our day as a floater sub to assist with specific things, for example, when testing was given, etc. And so that would not be a change.
So what do you mean by 80% staffing level? So that's 80% of what we usually have for the sub pool?
80% of the subs that I had on March 12th.
Okay.
So maybe we can come back to this a little bit later too, when we talk more about who's providing the virtual instruction. But I'd really like to talk about this idea of like, how do we utilize our current subs or other teachers that maybe aren't working full time now to do some of this online delivery that are our own DCG teachers. And perhaps we've got some conversations coming about that. But I get back to this creativity idea. Like, I think this is something that we should look more closely at.
We have some teachers that are at risk too, in their own right, and I didn't know if that's where we could plug them in or not, and that was what I wanted to ask. I don't think this is that place yet.
Right.
Let's,
Put a pin in.
are we ready to go to continuous learning?
I have
Go right ahead.
2 questions.
I have one question.
Okay.
Go ahead. You're on hybrid still?
I am on
Okay,
hybrid.
awesome.
Okay,
Three.
if we're doing, I'll just say them all, then you can address. Calendar, if we're looking at the AABB, whatever, are we needing to consider holidays and would there be switching around in that? Or is it not that tight on the 50%? So like Thursday, Friday is Thanksgiving, whatever. Sanitization, are we thinking then, especially if there's a Wednesday afternoon, that there would be sanitization easily on Wednesday afternoon, and then what happens over the weekend if we're switching? Because I would almost wonder about doing an AABB and then starting the next week, even though that's really complicated for families, just so there's less crossover contamination, but also love the idea that our teachers want to see our kids so much quicker. So I'm kind of out about that, but thinking about the extra cost of perhaps sanitization over the weekend or Friday night longer or whatever. And do we have hotspot options for the families without internet access that we could provide? Those are my three. Not everybody at once.
Great.
Okay, what did you say?
I think holidays,
Yeah.
we would look at as not that 50%, but where they fall, they fall.
Okay.
Because that's exactly what would happen with our kids now, and so that would be a natural.
We would try, if we try just, it's one of those scheduling things, another part of the hybrid that is just that overall scheduling aspect of it. Increased sanitization, so we're going to talk a little bit about microbial heritage support program. That would be a way for us to actually increase that sanitization, so we didn't have to wait till the Wednesdays early out to make that happen, that we can do that nightly, but we would have to increase staff and dollars for that to be able to happen. But we're looking at that as being a more frequent piece currently are able to staff and what we currently are able to do in our current model for custodial.
And then it will have
And then hotspots, so we are fortunate that our surveys, both times we've done them, on whether you need a hotspot or will you need a hotspot, has been at a percentage that we can provide hotspots for families that currently do not have it. Currently we have 20 on site, but we have access to more as needed. So we did purchase those 20 up front. We have a year, I believe a year model for those. And then if any more, we can do a 6-month or depending on what that is amount, but hotspots we've been able to have access to. And right now, I believe our provider has contacted me to ask if we need more or what the next steps are for more.
Okay, that's it. Yes, you got
And
one.
we will go
Thank
more
you.
into the cleaning part
Yeah.
when we talk about that.
My question kind of falls back on Sarah's earlier. Probably not as easy for elementary, but the secondary, is there any reason why that when AA is there, that the Bs can't be watching virtually? And I guess if not, if they can't, are we worried about not being able to get through all of the curriculum for that year? So what we can normally do during a week, we're only getting half that done from what I can see if we do the hybrid. So are we worried that we're going to keep falling behind? Or is there something that we can do to make sure that we're not, I mean, crazy time. So, I mean, it's not, we can't just rub our crystal ball and say, yes, we're going to get through everything. I realize that. But are we worried that kids are going to keep falling behind? I mean, I'll use my son as an example. He's like me, not the greatest reader in the entire world. But with half that time, I just see him falling behind a little bit. I mean, I don't know.
We certainly can talk about what that looks like if having that option. It's a matter of the ability to have the technology to do that. So logging in is one thing, but there has to be the infrastructure set up in a classroom to allow that to happen. And today, we currently don't have the infrastructure for that to happen in every classroom K-12.
What would that cost?
We are working on, we have,
Yeah,
I'll let you talk about that.
yeah, we're looking at devices that would provide that. I know that one of the online options is in a sense of having a student log in for the first 15 minutes or during the educational part of the class. It's a matter that we would need to provide a device for every teacher, and we would probably start from high school and move backwards on allowing that to happen. But it's obtaining the devices, which I do not have a cost estimate of that, but that's something we have discussed of late of if we were to go that direction, because we've heard suggestions and feedback about, is this an option? First, we have to figure out what the price is per classroom. We have swivels. Those are a little higher end. And so what those do, they actually track the teacher as they teach. But you can get a microphone and a camera that you can just mount, and all it does is pretty much focus on the front of the room. We wouldn't have any other students in the room really in that video. And that can be either recorded by the teacher and sent out, or they can log in during their scheduled time to attend that class.
I do want, Marco, also to your point, and Sarah as well, a student could, if we had that infrastructure and we set that hybrid up of, if you aren't on site today, you can participate voluntarily. So remember, while they can log in, there is nothing to support what's happening there or ensuring that what they're hearing is understood well, things like that. It does set them up. So when they come back, they can say, you know, I did happen to log on Thursday and I didn't understand what you were saying. Are you going to talk about that today? And that would give that teacher some feedback. But just wanting to make sure that we're understanding they're logging in, but they may not actually have that support to understand what's happening or that conversation, and making sure we would want our students to make sure that if they didn't understand it, that they brought that the next time they were in the building. So they could
fly
understand.
along,
Yes,
essentially.
yeah. But it sets them up for a little pre-learning, but if I don't understand it, we would definitely want to make sure that we're communicating that. Make sure if you're logging in, you don't get it, that you're bringing that to us so that we can have that learning and making sure you're understanding what you've heard before.
Can I revisit Martha's question about making sure that outcomes are met? Is that a
Oh,
concern in terms of pace of learning if we go to a hybrid model?
Yes. That is a consequence of reducing some of that time, as would be anytime we have snow days in the past, all of those things, adjustment. As we worked in the spring and I'll say early summer in June to identify, our teachers worked very hard to identify what was missing, what did we not have a chance to teach starting March 13 on. They've identified that. They've had some time to compact what that would look like, as well as we know we have to add it. So what is it that we'll need to take away? One of the things that we know were next steps in this district, we're taking a look at our standards and identifying essential learnings. Those would be our conversation. Some people call them power standards. Some people call them primary learning targets, things like that. But identifying what those essential learnings are. We actually have pathways documents that secondary has worked on, so they have identified, we know for these units what standards are taught. They easily could do the cross of what is being, I'll say, duplicated. So if I have 3 units, there is duplication of standards. So what is it that we can identify as duplicated and then start identifying the essential pieces of the standards? At the elementary level, that really looks more like a scope and sequence as opposed to that pathway. We have not had a chance to do that with our elementary staff because of, and I just talked about this, they're needing some social studies. We got to do a little catch up there. So with that, they have that scope and sequence so they can talk about, okay, in science, here would be the units that we would be expecting to teach. There are 3 to 4 units that science has. We know that they probably won't get through all of those. We have identified for every grade level, these would be the units that we would be expecting kindergarten to have, first grade to have. And we know that in advance so that we can do the same kind of thing next year in identifying what pieces did we teach this year and we know that we have to do. We have to make that adjustment. The conversation is strong this year about identifying what kids didn't get to learn in the spring and making sure we're talking about it now. But truly the conversation across education is not just adjusting this fall. It has been said, and Marco, you alluded to it, this is going to be something that we adjust for more than 1 year because of how we are expected to deliver education and teaching and learning to our students, regardless if it's on-site with online option, hybrid with the online option, or off-site. So the conversation in education is this is the work that we will be doing for a number of years to make sure that happens.
I also think, and I'm guessing, that if we were to do a hybrid model, there would be a lot of consideration about, when I think about worrying about if students are going to fall behind based on less direct time in class with a teacher, some of that can be structured. So if I am a third grade student, I do 20 minutes of direct instruction or whatever it is in reading with my teacher. And then I do 20 minutes in centers, and then I do 20 minutes of independent reading time. I'm just using that as an example, whatever it is. So while I have 60 minutes in my classroom with my teacher, 2 of those things could very easily be done at home on the days that I am doing my online learning. And I'm guessing that that would be the conversations that would happen at the building level to structure so that those independent times would be more the home stuff, and I would still get almost the same level of instruction, especially at the elementary level. A little more difficult maybe at the secondary, but the same concept at the secondary. There might have been some independent work that is done working on a report that doesn't have to be in class. It's going to take more independent work at home, but so that the amount of instruction may not go down as much, or am I totally off base on that?
It may not go down as much. The direct, what we're used to is every single day, if I don't have, if I'm using my data, I may realize I have to reteach something on day 2 or 3. If I have them 3 days a week, 2 days a week, and I need to reteach because I have 70% of my students who did not get this, I need to reteach that learning to my entire class. I need to do that on the second day of the 3 days I have with that group. So it could look in that manner. But there are those exact conversations about while on-site learning does not equate to the same minutes per week that an off-site continuous learning or even the off-site in a hybrid, you don't mirror that. Students cannot be sitting in front of or engaging with digital content for 90 minutes. They can in a classroom where they're getting up and they're moving and they have different transitions and different activities within that literacy block during the day. And it's not always 90 minutes at a time.
There also has to be somebody at home to assist them. Probably be effective. Are we ready to move to the continuous learning plan?
Just one,
Yeah.
did
no,
that
go ahead.
technology that we ordered, the Chromebooks and all that, did that arrive then? No,
No, we're looking at actually expected delivery to be in September.
actually, that's not half bad. I mean, considering everybody's ordering that stuff. Yeah.
So before we go to online, we still need to talk through the continuous learning plan.
For offsite,
Correct.
yes,
So
So-
there
So
are
I just
three,
wanna-
so there are 3 plans we're required to do.
yes,
And just cover a couple more things just to make sure we just discussed them.
thank you.
You know, we talked about the return to learn plans and incorporating individual billing levels, kind of how each billing will look a little bit different. So I know that was a question. Band and choir tends to be a conversation piece, just due to the size. And I know that we did have some feedback from the community member today. So we're going off of guidance from Iowa High School Band Association as well as choir on proper ways to be able to allow band to happen at the upper levels. Not only when they talk about face guards, but we have purchased at least $3,700 worth of mitigation items for band instruments that actually become masks of the instrument. So while playing, it limits the spread, the droplets from actually every instrument that is provided. With that though, by building, so we're looking probably more middle school through high school, we are recommending or will not be having 5th grade band this year. It is lesson based, but on top of that, it's something that this year we feel will not be carried through just due to the practices going on. So that's a 1-year shift. So next year it'll be in a 5-6 building, so then 5th grade band will happen. Within those class sizes, so the options are looking at full ensemble, depending on what masks or coverings can be done by the instruments. The next level would be small group, quartet, or small ensembles. to help with social distancing. And then if that's unable to, we would move it down to pretty much lesson-based lessons for band as well as choir. So those are the three layers, and it's really determining if we have the proper mitigation for that to happen in those three layers, as well as using auditorium space versus the band room space for those practices. They can do marching band. It just may not be what we've had in the past. It may be a stand and perform or a pep band type situation. I do know of other districts that will be holding their marching band competition for this summer, for this year. Districts within the state of Iowa. It is up to the other district on whether they will perform or not in those examples.
Assuming in band, you're given an instrument, you maintain that instrument for the duration, right? There's no potential crossover of instruments.
Correct.
They've also, this morning, I was there, and he is recommending plastic reeds because you can't sanitize. A typical reed is made of wood, you can't sanitize that. He is super, I'm sure, done some work with to get a lot of knowledge. He's pretty knowledgeable about Velcro, all that stuff that the district has ordered, and is working really hard to address that with the kids.
Other items before we hit continuous learning?
I think those are some of the big ones I want to make sure we get covered here now in the future. But those are things that come up, and we wanted to make sure they were covered. So online or continuous learning.
Offsite continuous learning has similarities to last spring. The first is that no child would be in the school learning. Students, that would be a building closed and the student would be at home. One of the differences for offsite continuous learning from the spring is that it would be required. It is not a voluntary piece. All three models are required. Offsite continuous learning is required. Attendance, like the other models, attendance will be taken. Grades will be given, just like the other models as well. Credits issued at the secondary level for those high school credit courses that students would be taking. So that is a difference than maybe some remember from the spring where it was a voluntary setting. That no longer exists for us. We will have the ability to have synchronous and asynchronous or live or on-demand kind of recorded learning happening in that off-site continuous learning. The platforms that I've referred to, you've heard us talk about in that Seesaw and Google Classroom. We will have professional development time set up for our staff, those August days, September days, those early outs, and our half days in August. Our leadership, our building leaders, as well as our teacher leaders, instructional coaches and curriculum facilitators. We all had to finish the class by today at midnight, and that group has been working through that course so that we can help support and build that capacity. So when August rolls around in September, we have other people already with knowledge of that content. We would have for that elementary group for offsite continuous learning, they will have a schedule. The content focus for that elementary is reading, writing, and math. They will have some other opportunities with social studies and science. There are some opportunities to embed literacy with those science and social studies content as well. So that reading, writing, science, reading, writing, social studies blends well at an elementary level, a little different than secondary. Thinking through that elementary, in that plan, talking about our core teachers, our classroom teachers would be providing that instruction. We would have that live instruction 2 days of the week that would be a math or reading, writing. There would be instructional videos 2 days of the week covering that math, reading, writing. They could host 30-minute Google Meet Zooms in small groups for student need, determining that. Also allows students to have one small group per week. It could be reading or math, depending on what that data is showing, that really I need to work on reading. Weekly, we would have a whole group. Our suggestion is whole group, 30 minutes with an SEL focus, a student, that social emotional learning focus happening with their classroom teacher, as well as our guidance counselors can be helping prepare or look at what might be delivered during that time, especially if we might have a classroom teacher who starts out by saying, oh, I've got some really good things, and then says, ooh, I'm seeing this as a need, and they can access our professional school counselors to help with that. And then knowing that we would have work being submitted through Seesaw or Google Classroom for students, for our teachers to grade and be able to use that data for progress. We just kind of, in the plan, had that time frame of 20 to 30 minutes of math, reading, writing, small group. So you see those pieces. In off-site, we still are hoping to have some Wednesday time because those students would have academic work being assigned to them on a Wednesday. Just like in our hybrid, that would be part of that weekly work. It wouldn't be that we would say, hey, Wednesday, you don't have to do anything. Thinking about elementary, there could be 5 to 7 hours a week that they are engaged in what we would think of as live or direct instructional work. But there would be options that, like you said, those social emotional learning times, those pieces. We would not do a equate one-to-one, thinking about the fact that a student is in the building for 6 hours a day, that they would have 6 hours a day of instruction online in front of the computer. And remembering part of the 6 hours, they have a lunch break. They get up and move and get to go to a recess twice or maybe 3 times a day, those type of things. So looking at that is an estimate. There are, in the plan, we had student guidelines, we had family guidelines kind of outlined there. We would continue to put those in place. Some teacher expectations of what that might look like daily at the elementary, weekly, as necessary. 6th through 7th, looking at the offering. There, we would be talking about having our English, math, science, social studies being delivered, again, live and recorded opportunities for our students. We would be looking at that at the 6, 7, to make sure I'm not scrolling too far, I'm sorry. At that 6, 7 level, we will have that rotation with our students' delivery as well. They would want to look at that bell schedule. So what does that look like for students? They could follow the bell schedule at that middle school, Meadows and high school level if we would choose. They could follow that bell schedule. The recommendation we have in the plan is that they would divide out those times. So they would have times during the week in which they would be providing, like Monday, Thursday, they could do the live instruction for math and social studies. Tuesdays and Fridays at live instruction with language arts, science. The additional electives or encore may not be a live setting. That could be in a recorded, provided in another way activity for our electives.
That's a good question about some of that. Do we have to procure hardware to do the live video? I mean, so you talked a little bit about we don't have that if we just wanted to do something like that in the hybrid mode.
Yes, so
Do
the
we-
difference for offsite continuous learning is every student 3 through 12 will have a device that they log on themselves, and just like in a Zoom meeting that maybe you all have had experience with, would be on the computer. They would be having.
So teachers would do it Zoom style in
Yes.
that situation. I got it. Thank
Yes.
you.
Excuse me. That same look with 8, 9, 10, 12, we know that 9th grade group, we need to be cognizant that they are sometimes coming across to the high school, taking high school classes. We know our 8th graders, sometimes even our 7th graders, but our 8th graders could be taking high school credit courses. But the same would be true for our Meadows and our high school students. That live instruction, math, social studies, PE, health, CTE, and an FCS. And just because I list CTE or we list CTE and FCS on a Monday, Thursday, doesn't mean that that's exactly what that would be. They may actually, it may work that world language is on a Monday and CTE is on that Friday, whatever that would look like, but having those live instructional times, that those would happen. So students are logging in, working on those classes during their scheduled time. They would have time then to work on additional things. PE will be the item in an offsite continuous learning that will be more in an independent type setting because they won't have that direct instruction from their PE teacher, but they would still have work data that they could provide or would be asked to provide based on the PE standards that our staff is looking at. The instructional guidelines would be the same. Our student expectations and family expectations are the same regardless of the grade level in an offsite continuous learning model. The times vary because as you get to be that 9, 12 or 10, 12 student, you may have a few additional hours because you may be in an AP course that has a little higher workload to it because of that AP add, as well as you still would be bound by DMAC for any concurrent or college level credit courses. DMAC still provides those requirements for us. So our instruction and then whatever DMAC would deem as necessary, we would still have to abide by so our kids could get those credits as well. We would be, again, anticipating today, the recommendation is, while buildings would be closed and students would not be on site, our staff would be. They would be on site to deliver the teaching and learning to our students. We have the ability to obviously social distance. If we have 30 staff members in a building, they would be in their own classroom. If they were in the hall or needing to work together, they could distance themselves in a classroom, even 2 or 3 staff. So if we're talking about having interventionists working with students, with a classroom teacher or a special ed student or a special ed teacher with a classroom teacher, we would have that ability. The equity pieces in all 3 plans are the same, essentially. We have to make sure we are providing what our students need. Students with IEPs, 504s, much of what they will have as designed for their learning will be determined by their IEP. Our EL learners, our English language learners, would have their own plans for what they need to accomplish as far as English language proficiency standards, ELP standards. So our EL teachers would be working with the classroom teacher. They also would have the ability to work with those EL students as well as providing that additional support. Our TAG, or Gifted and Talented ELP Extended Learning, would also, that's part of that built-in conversation on the document about ELP support as well, and working with teachers. So if we have students who can be and need to be extended or enriched, what does that look like in that coordination with our ELP, TAG teachers, and a classroom teacher to make sure our students have that extension that they need to take their learning to the next level. But equity will be part of that. Mary Jane has done a tremendous job stepping in. Angela left wonderful notes and a foundation for Mary Jane to come in. So she is working to learn names, families, needs. She's been involved in conversations with building principals and teachers, with building principals, teachers, and families already, trying to make sure that we're looking at ways in which we're meeting those needs. But again, in an special ed situation, those IEPs will drive what is needed for our students. We have the social, emotional, behavioral, mental health support piece in each of the areas as well. So there will be time in each model that we are looking at activities. We can have conversations about what check-ins would look like. They would look different at the elementary as far as what that looks like for a student check-in or a family check-in than a secondary might. Our counselors worked really well together last year to provide some of those check-ins when we were off-site in the spring. They were outstanding. They worked very hard on those. That I don't see, that will continue if we have to go back into an off-site model, as well as they're supported an on-site or a hybrid, making sure we have social emotional supports in-house, as well as making sure our framework from Dr. Soldo is embedded in our work this year as well at the building and district level.
Can I ask, at one point there was conversation at the state level that Canvas was going to be provided. I don't hear you talking about it. Sounds like Seesaw and Google has been the preferred choice. Can you talk a little bit about what you know about Canvas?
Yes, absolutely. Canvas has been provided, the state has it as a learning management system. So learning management systems, Google Classroom would be considered one of those. Right now, Canvas for the state has a 912 core that already exists. Everything else would need to still be created and provided by the district. Because there is no guarantee that Canvas becomes or stays free to us in the future, our concern with continuity, our teachers and the feedback that we've been receiving from teachers in their questions documents, they are comfortable, they know the platform, and I will tell you there is some concern in that teacher feedback of moving to something that is completely different with new learning. And the answer is actually we're not looking at that at this time. Number one, because it is only a 912, it doesn't give us already content in there K-12, nor does it guarantee that once we are in there and we're providing that with that platform, that is not an added cost we have to take on next year. And at this point, we're hoping not to have to be surprised by an added cost next year, because we'll have those already this year.
Thanks, Joe.
Other questions about continuous learning? Are we ready to shift to talking about the online option?
Yes. So we've talked about our third-party vendor, Edmentum. Edmentum offers K-12 curriculum. They also offer an instructor with that option. This morning, we received information regarding,
And Admentum is similar to what they would get if they were to go to camp or Clayton Ridge. So when you hear commercials about K-12 education, this is me as a third grader, this is me as an employee. Those programs are certified by the state, and those are ran by districts. At least CAM is. Admentum is another online provider approved by the state that is very similar, if not identical, to what CAM and Clayton Ridge can provide. So I just want to kind of clear that, or at least give more information that this is a provider that some of our families do choose to leave our district to get similar education that this provider can provide us. And so I just want to, as an online provider, they're certified by the state, and they're similar to what other people in our district have open enrolled out of our district to do, that we may be able to bring back some of those students based on Admentum and what they can maybe provide us. So I just wanted to connect that to commercials.
yeah, yes, and it is approved by the state of Iowa as an approved educational provider. They are accredited, and they have certified teachers that would deliver the instruction. And if possible, they choose first Iowa certified teachers. If they can get a certified teacher in Iowa, that's their first choice. They try to go with the state, then they will move from there. We were given yearly cost for our online option. We wanted to be able to make sure that we had that by semester option as well. They got back to us this morning on the online, on the semester, pay by semester option. At this point, it is not a fiscally responsible decision to use Admentum as a semester by semester offering. If we have a full year online commitment, we could use Admentum instructors. There is a cost that is set for the state. It's a deal that Heartland AEA made with Admentum so that Iowa schools and Heartland AEA in particular had that, AEAs had that pricing. It is reduced from their traditional normal cost. The semester by semester billing, so if we have a student who signs up in August, decides that they really want to be on site, second semester, we have a marketed increase in cost. Elementary has a higher cost than secondary in any of the models due to the number of students in a teacher ratio 30-to-1, 20-to-1 ratio at the elementary level, where high school you can have between 150 and 200 being taught by one teacher because of that 8-period day or 7-period day rotation. So as we received this information today, realizing that having a semester by semester commitment would not be what we need to be doing for our taxpayers, we're talking about recommending or suggesting to this group tonight that we do with our survey that could go out on Wednesday. If a family will have a 1-year commitment to the option for Admentum curriculum and the instructor, we would have a cost for our K6, K5, and our 612 students that is at that reduced price for Iowa. It gives our students that continuity of a year of online. It could also open up the opportunity for a family who have chosen a CAM option to come back to DCG as a year-long commitment and having Edmentum with our online option. They would be enrolled in DCG. They would be using our online provider, which would be Edmentum, for that full year.
And we would receive all dollars from the state as a resident student.
Do we know how many students we've lost?
Over the years,
I guess I'm looking at population right now.
we've had at least,
These students are gonna come back, are we talking 5, we're talking 50?
I think we've had at least 5 now. And that give an indication that they would be open enrolling out of the district for this year.
In your interactions with other superintendents, have they had the same conversations about third party for online?
It depends on the size of that district. So, and even how their district is aligned. So Edmentum does provide the coursework aspect with our teachers running it. If we were able to free up and have the time to train, there could be the possibility of using Edmentum for that. With our current elementary structure with 2 section, 3 section, 4 section, we're probably not going to be able to free up teachers as easily to provide online teaching independent of the other options. So as we'll explain more about, we're looking at a 1-year commitment, which would be Edmentum, which would be kind of clear our plate of one level of support for our students. And then Julie's gonna, I guess, next gonna talk about the semester option for our teachers beyond the 1-year commitment.
So is that full year commitment, if I remember, $2,700 per student?
Well, yes. $2,700 if we have 170. 171 and above is 2,500. That's an elementary price. It's a K5. So we're either at 2,500 or 27, depending on the number of elementary students. At 171, we reduced by $200. 612, that it's still at 170, 171 quantity. $2,200 is our 170 cost. 2,000 is our cost if we hit 171 students who would enroll in Edmentum with their instructor. Taking attendance, I'll talk about what that would look like in a moment. Semester by semester, if we had families who want to commit by semester only, because Edmentum is now a physical or a fiscal concern, we would suggest then, by semester, we would be recommending that it's our curriculum with our staff for the families choosing semester to semester. So I'm going to take you back up to Edmentum a moment. If we use Edmentum in this way this year for our full-time families, we can, because it is accredited by approved by the state, it's an accredited entity with certified teachers, we could continue to contract with Edmentum for students who have an additional learning need that maybe led them to a CAM environment in the past, prior to even COVID-19 issues. keeping our kids in district, we would receive that full cost for that student. And then it would be reduced by just whatever our cost would be. But it gives us an option for our families who have felt that there was another way in which they felt their child would be successful. We could be offering that in the future with Edmonton now with its capabilities within the state. So a semester by semester, I'm going to bring us back there, sorry. A semester by semester choice, our own curriculum, our own teachers.
Not using the Edmonton route, we would just, everything's in-house.
Yes.
Okay.
Our concern would be if we said we would use Edmonton curriculum and our own teachers, that again is additional, I'm going to use the word burden, for them to learn a new curriculum, for them to learn a new platform in order to deliver all of that to students. They still have to learn the Edmonton platform, as well as we know Google and Seesaw will be used in an off-site continuous learning model. Google and Seesaw can be used for students who have that extended absence. So to add that burden of, we'll choose someone else's curriculum and another platform for you to use, it's a concern for us that they're adding something to their plate. It's also finding time then to train all teachers who might need to do this in an additional way for remote learning before school begins. Talking about, Mr. Grimes alluded to some flexibility in people and paying for planning and hours of delivery. That would be where that kind of conversation about what does this look like. Elementary students can be taught by someone who is certified to teach K-5 or pre-K-5 or pre-K-6 classroom. Their certification is easily in and out, it's very fluid. The secondary level, regardless of that remote online learning, has to be taught by a content endorsed specific teacher, secondary. So regardless of whether we would use a third-party provider, they would have to be certified in English language, math, science, social studies, as well as that's exactly what we would need to make sure is happening for those semester by semester students who are choosing remote online. So looking at how many 612 English language certified teachers do we have? How many 612 or 512 mathematics teachers do we have? How many 512 science, all science, or many of the sciences endorsed? How many all social studies? Those type of assurances that we have staff who could deliver these online learning in the areas of math, science, social studies, and English language arts. The additional electives would probably not be in live mode. Those would be things that we could be providing encore or electives in a recorded kind of sent static exchange.
Are you looking at taking teachers and make, I don't know what the right words are, but online only, so this teacher is going to do online only, and the rest of the teachers are gonna do either the onsite or hybrid?
We absolutely would like to be able to say with our final numbers, we know we have X amount, this number of 6 through 12 students who want semester by semester. What does that look like at this elementary or this building? What does it look like for our high school students? Can we adjust that so that we have 1 or 2 available for math, social studies, science at the elementary? What does that look like? Can we have people who, we may have people who volunteer that they would like that opportunity. It's a passion. It's a piece that they would like for their own professional growth. It's a challenge they want to have. We would be welcoming to see that volunteer group. That's a conversation we can have this week with our building administrators. What does that look like? Is that a K-12, excuse me, at that secondary level, is that something that we are delivering with one teacher all the time? Or is that that's a login and you're participating in your schedule? So if you have a math class, you're participating with that math class as a login. And if there is a class in which family consumer science, you could still log in. You may not be able to, if it's a day in which they are preparing something, you may not be able to participate fully in that at home, but there would be comparable work, comparable things that could be done. Or you may have the ability to actually participate and do something like that during the week for SES that you could then submit. But we did talk this afternoon, after we learned this, that this would be something we would want to have that conversation at the secondary level. What does that look like? What makes the most sense? Do we have the ability to free up people who are certified correctly to teach these courses?
So one of the things, just to really point it out, one of the things that we heard from the community is that they struggled with making a decision last week, the last 2 weeks, about whether to choose online or not. It felt like when we were able to provide the FAQ about what Edumentum offered, that it actually got pretty clear what it was. And maybe everybody didn't feel like that. But what you just described feels very much unclear, like it's still going to be very much a work in progress. I don't know how we'll ask. If our thought process is to ask for a commitment this week that is very unclear, I think we'll hear the exact same thing. And it felt more clear last week with Edumentum.
So I guess like thinking of it from a parent standpoint right now, if I was to get a survey to me and I had to choose a semester or a year long, hearing what you're saying. So if I wanted a DCG teacher to provide the education, I'm selecting semester. But if I'm okay with the year long on site, then it would be the other. So I guess.
You said on site, but you've been online.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Are you saying we have to offer both? Or, I guess I'm confused. Will the survey, would the expectation be that families do have the choice to choose semester or year annual only, or we have the option to only provide one choice?
We would be recommending that we offer both options. That we use Edumentum for a year if a family would like to commit, so that we can reach out to those families that went to CAM or Clayton Ridge and say that we can offer that on site. And we could do that for other students that have previously gone out to CAM or Clayton Ridge. And we currently have 13 of those students that we could bring back into our district if we provide this as an opportunity.
And then other families who haven't previously done that could also choose.
Could also choose the year. And then,
Are we paying for that right now? Like, so if a family goes to CAM right now, are we paying for that? Or is that family paying for that?
we're losing all of our resident money to CAM. We're losing
The entire town.
the 6,800, or whatever the number is, 6,800. We would be paying 2,700 for that child to be here. The rest of those dollars would be in district for us to support. That's kind of where it's like, this is a beginning, and then how we can use it in the future. And
It just feels like it's going to be, that seems targeted like a different, it seems like fewer parents would choose that. It feels like it's targeted towards that particular group, and that, and I could be wrong, I know that you want to do a survey or a commitment.
Most of the feedback that we've gotten is people want more flexibility to go to quarter versus semester versus committing longer. At least that's what I've heard.
So the feedback I felt like I got this week, once they kind of started hearing about So I'm really excited to think about this idea. I know it creates lots of in-house problems, but I feel like as a community member, that was alarming, I think.
I think it creates a lot of in-house problems, but
Oh, yeah.
You're talking about the admin,
no, I thought Edumentum solved a lot of issues.
It was clean.
Because if we could use it as a semester,
It
We
took
didn't-
a
we
burden
didn't-
off of our teachers.
yes.
We didn't have to commit teachers to that, teaching that. And, it would involve very small amount of class sizes. It also would not require that focus to be diverted from over here to over there. It just,
Yeah, but
it was also a pre-purchase structured program to be delivered online versus
Or ad hoc.
we're gonna do something. If we choose to do that, we're gonna put it together on nights and weekends potentially, is what it sounds like. We'll pay teachers, our teachers to do that. And so, it'll get its first airing August or September.
Yeah.
Versus Edumentum is, out of the box.
Yeah, and maybe just a counterpoint to that is, I think that there's some value, right, in that, at some point, understanding that the students that select this option for a semester or a year, it would be our hope that when they feel it's appropriate for them to return to the school, that they do that in an in-person learning. And I'm guessing that for the majority of the families, that's their perspective, right? And I'm certainly a layperson when it comes to education, but my sense is that the way that Edmentum would approach that year-long instruction would be somewhat different than the way our teachers would and the way that we deliver curriculum. And there would be then maybe a longer-term issue in terms of trying to normalize or try to get folks caught back up once they come back into the on-site system. And if we fully kind of investigated what differences there are between our curriculum and the Edmentum curriculum and looked at what the whole problem is end to end as we reassimilate kids back into the school district. Because it feels like it's maybe a great solution for a short period of time, but it may create some downfield problems that we potentially haven't fully wrangled with.
I worried less about students falling behind with the Edumentum program than I do with us developing our own.
Do we have, this is gonna be an unpopular question, but do we have to offer this semester where we pull our teachers to do that? Is there a guideline about that? Or do we have the option to, if a family wants to choose online, Edmentum is the option for a year? I'm asking that question. I don't know if there's DE guidance or anything around that.
That's local control, but I think the feedback we've got is semester's too long. I want to commit to a quarter. It's not one of our teachers. And then others has been, I like the option because it's a certified teacher. It's a program that's built. It does have AP class options.
And I guess I would follow up your question about, we've had 13 kids in the past. Have we had difficulty with them reintegrating back in when they have come back in?
They never come back.
They don't come back, okay.
This is like an online option for us to rely on our students that public education does not get them at this point. And will help us to start building an online presence. But this is kind of an unintended positive consequence of the situation. It's opening our eyes to how we can better support our own students for some of the choices in the future.
Would you foresee integrating someone if they took this program for the year, coming back in next year? We're gonna assume all of this goes away and they can come back next year. Any different than if they moved to Des Moines for a year and came back in because they followed Iowa curriculum, but maybe presented differently.
And that's the example we've been using as well. We will have families who choose homeschool because of this situation that may not have thought about that in the past. And if we can come back to a old normal, those students may very well be returning to us. We have students who went elsewhere for the need or got the open enrolled because of something that their family needed, they're in another district. But once that changes, they will come back to us in the future. All of those things happen. And we've used that example. The difference that exists with Edmentum that doesn't exist when a student moves to another district or comes back or comes to us from another district is there will be progress reports weekly at the elementary level that are shared with the student, the parent, as well as DCG staff. Secondary has the same thing. They have progress reports that are shared, so teachers will know and understand what's happening with the remote online student, even though they're not having to deliver that instruction. If I can just share this a minute. So Edmentum at the elementary, they're going to have daily live lessons that will alternate between content areas. They have 2 electives, and those are not held live, but those are specific to a grade level. So a grade level may have PE and art, and then the next one has PE and health. That is a grade level specific rotation through Edmentum. They have what they call live help times. Those are office hour times that are set up for students and parents to ask questions. K2 will rely heavily on parent or family involvement. That isn't going to be any different if we delivered that. That K2 group is having that high reliability on adults. During that 3rd grade, it's transitioning from adult to more self-directed. And then in that 4th through 5th grade grouping grade level, that work becomes less adult dependent. The students can do that. I talked about they will have live help time, office hours, and instructors set those hours. Student to teacher ratio is approximately 30:1. Configuration may be grade level. If we have enough kindergarten, they could be in their own section. But if we had 30 first and second graders, we may have a 1st and 2nd grade group. 3rd grade may be by themselves. We may have a 4th and 5th. That is dependent upon numbers, district-wide.
So what our district students will have, their core group would be all DCG students, whether that be all kindergartners or K1 or K1-2. So they would have a DCG community.
Yes.
They wouldn't be mixed with kids from Southwest Iowa or, okay.
I do not believe so, but I've been given a number to text and I'll just verify that. But because we are contracting with Edmentum, we've had the conversation. Many districts in the area are looking at Edmentum. We are the only one in the area that is looking at Edmentum and their instructors. And then we give them the numbers and they assign the instructors to us. But I will text her while we're sitting here. I do not believe we would be mixed in. For instance, Texas kids would be online with us, at that time. We are not the only district in Iowa, however, looking to contract with them using their own instructors. So there are other districts who are looking at their instructors. We talked about weekly progress reports. That report will be shared with parents and students and shared with DC classroom teachers. Grade progress will be shared at the end of the semester. We will transfer that in, just like we would if they came to us from another district. Secondary students will have live lessons twice a week in each of the 4 core areas, 2 electives, choices. They're using the word elective. It may actually be a foreign language and a PE, which are required under our district board policy, but they're calling those electives. So they would have English, math, science, social studies, and they would have 2 other options. It could be a foreign language and PE. That semester, it could be a foreign language and they're choosing an FCS, that kind of. Because PE would be every single day for the semester in the Edmentum offering, they've taken care of their PE requirement because they are not alternating days. That would be done, that would free up those 2 slots for that next semester. They will have virtual office hours as well. Oh, I'm sorry, Spanish and French, because those are our foreign language, will not have scheduled live lessons as core does. Those lessons, if needed live, would be arranged with that instructor. Those virtual office hours are currently set Monday through Thursday, 8 to 5, Friday, 8 to 3. So those parents, students would have access to Edmentum instructors for that schedule. Progress reports will be shared at the secondary level as well. Grades will be recorded, attendance taken. They'll transfer in, credit will be awarded for those courses. Students that have an IEP will be, if they are choosing an online option, they have a page in their IEP that talks about the accommodations that are required for their learning. That accommodations page is shared with the Edmentum instructor, and they work to make all accommodations that they can work for that child. They will then work with that special ed teacher to talk about what else can be done. If not, in addition, some of that SDI time, that specially designed instruction, may still need to occur with a special ed teacher. We need to ensure their needs are being met.
Who's special ed teacher?
So I always use my example. Kendall, my daughter, if she had an IEP and I wanted her in the online learning with Edmentum, Edmentum would get her accommodation page. They would look and to see what accommodations to the greatest extent could be handled in that setting. But if Kendall requires additional time over that instruction in the area of math, I may need to have Kendall be working with that special ed teacher on the specially designed instruction that she must have in the IEP.
I get that, but the question is that a DCG special ed teacher or is it an Edmentum special? So in the case of IEPs and 504s, it's going to really be a blended solution then between what could be delivered by Edmentum and then what could be the balance would then be back to supporting that in some way through our staff, correct?
If the IEP dictates that there is additional needed, it would be our special ed teachers because our students are on the rosters of our special ed teachers.
But only special ed, not 504s, because 504s are only accommodation, so Edmentum would provide that. 504s, it's a different law, so it would only be special ed.
But you said they'd only meet the accommodations that they can meet.
For, yes, the IEP. So the
Right,
IEP.
so they can do all the 504 stuff.
Well,
They
there,
can't-
yeah.
I would assume.
And not knowing what every 504 looks like for students either, because that's an individual plan as a 504 plan. I can't speak to the specificity of every 504 plan we would have, but most often.
But our special ed teachers wouldn't work to accommodate 504 accommodations. That would be Edmentum.
Yeah.
Probably working with that. It would, just be special ed.
So if we look at the parents that took the initial survey and selected the online option, have we cross-referenced those names to children that have IEPs and 504s to understand what our supplemental support would need to look like?
IEPs, we are working to, because they continue to come in through the survey still even today. So we are working, we have identified everyone who has an IEP, not a 504, but an IEP, because that will require, if they choose online, there will be an IEP meeting that needs to occur.
Yeah.
So that we meet the needs of that. So we have identified those.
And what percent of the group, or you said it was 300 and
I don't have, because we don't have all of them done yet, because we don't have everybody in. Right now, yeah, we're looking, like I said, as of, I can't remember what time I gave you, 4 o'clock this afternoon, maybe 342 K-12 who indicated an online interest. I don't have what number of the 342 would have IEPs at this time.
With the money we're spending for the other is it feasible to hire teachers? I know we have a short amount of time, but is it feasible to hire teachers and provide those services versus using an outside source?
We've had to provide these services in general, if we knew of their IEP before today.
You're
So
talking
we would
online.
like to staff.
I think he's meaning on,
Yeah, I'm
online.
talking like online, so if we came back and we had a lot of commitments come back that say we want to do online, but we want to do it semester, so we're gonna want BCG teachers. And we're overwhelmed with all of that, is it feasible for us to hire more staff to help out with this load? Based on the money that we were gonna spend, but now we don't need to spend it on that, we need to spend it on our own DCG staffing. Could we do it that way?
That's where I was wondering where substitutes may help. I think going out and looking for full staff, you got a recurring cost. Either you gotta give them a 1-year contract and then intend for them not to be here.
Right.
That's why I was wondering with substitutes, if they want to be a substitute, if there's some way to get creative with them covering for another class where somebody else does online.
The amount of teachers that we would need for certifications, we would not be able to hire enough teachers we would need to be able to provide those. I mean, that's what Admin does provide us.
Need every one of them for people who are out sick, medical events, whatever.
Majority of the districts, and I know of one tonight that approved full on-site with online option, are providing that curriculum with their own staff.
So then again, they're providing their what curriculum?
They're providing 100% on-site online curriculum, and they're providing it all with their own staff.
So they're not using a third party.
Is that using online, that would be for both models, on full on-site hybrid, correct?
Yes, you still have that online option.
But without teachers, is what I'm trying to say. You have both Edmonton for full year and our teachers, regardless of the model.
Correct.
And I
Okay,
think
I'm confused by that question. Hybrid would be the AABB situation, which is not,
You still have to offer online.
we would offer the online, but the people who then chose online would not be in the hybrid model.
They still have instruction from a DCT teacher.
For the semester
Or-
portion.
For the semester,
Yes.
or Edmund. Okay, got it. I'm confused.
Does it make sense?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
yes, yeah.
so. Is Edmentum a relationship we need to have going forward, just regardless of COVID, in terms of your point about this is kind of the next thing that's come of this?
I believe Admin is something we should build a relationship for our population and to support us as we, as a district, start to transition into some more online learning options for our students.
A little bit off the COVID subject, but if we have that relationship, then we could become a provider like a CAM is, where people would then open enroll or however that's done to us to use that service down the road, not this year.
So, Indianola is an example. They've been working at building an online presence, and so they're creating classes and getting those approved by the state, class by class. That is where we, as a district, would be the next step as we grow of what online presence can we provide our students. And we start with some cores to begin with, and then you slowly add to online, providing online options for our students. But Edmentum is the example of what you can learn from and become as a district. We can't do that all at once. And whether it's 1 student or 13 students or 20 students, my goal has always been to provide the education for our district for the students' needs and necessities.
So
rather than going to CAM or Clayton Ridge.
So I was thinking more for a kid, full-time for the semester, but I think I'm hearing is if we don't have a teacher with a certification, we could use this option down the road.
Yes, and this,
Um,
well,
Yes, no, we could.
it can be
So-
done, well, I don't know how deep we want to get into.
I know.
and then
Yeah, I don't want
that's
to
a whole
derail.
different.
But yes, there could be some additional opportunities provided to students that we couldn't have based on a certification of a teacher, high need area. We could use
Class by class.
course by course, yeah.
Course by course.
I mean, to me, it feels like we're back to kind of where we were before we talked about Edmentum. It sounds like we have the option to put Edmentum out there to our patrons. If they want to select it for the one-year option, it might net some of these individuals that are in this unique space of Cam and Clayton. And you might get a few individuals who would opt for it. But it sounds like the bulk of our online, we would need to create that curriculum, like the other districts, we would need to put together the materials, our teachers would need to do that, like the rest of the districts.
And if we can isolate individual teachers through the commitment, we would then be able to start organizing and isolating teachers to provide online learning.
So the interesting thing will be still, how do we get commitment when they don't have chapter and verse?
Well, and I think part of that will be in that survey, how it is presented. I mean, I think if I'm hearing this as a parent, I'm thinking, man, I might not want to commit for a year, but I certainly want to make sure that my child gets the best education they can if they're going to be online, maybe for a year anyway because of COVID. I might choose Edmentum because they have the curriculum, they have the teachers, they have the experience. I might look at, boy, I'd rather have my DCG teachers and that, but if you're building the airplane as we're flying again here in September without our devices until September, because even though we start school in August, maybe I'm weighing that because they're clearly spelled out in this survey. I mean, I think it's going to be highly important that we educate as much as we can as people are choosing. If you're choosing a semester, if you're choosing a year, here's what you get. This is a curriculum, this is experience, this is a DCG community, if that's the answer you get. And, or if you choose a semester, you get your DCG teachers who are fabulous. I'm not taking that out.
Absolutely.
But who are building the plane as we're flying it, once again, like we did in April, and perhaps are overtaxed, burdened, stressed, whatever you want to say, because we're adding another pile to their plates. And so you wouldn't put it that way, obviously, but professionally, I think we need to let parents know this is what you're choosing. A year, yeah, it might stink to choose that, and maybe this is resolved in December, and they could have gone back in January, but they have a great education for the year, and then they transfer back. I don't know, I just think it's important that that survey spells that out, because that's every email I've gotten has been, how do we make this choice unless we know what we're choosing?
Right.
And I think it's important to say, for a year, you're choosing this organization that has this experience. For a semester, we will provide what we can provide as we build it.
Well, and I think some of the other information for Edmentum that, sharing with you about the progress and things like that. So for parents, there'll be a parent log on for that elementary side because parents will need to launch that curriculum a little bit for those younger students. They have parent training. So they will do a virtual training with parents live. If parents can't attend that, they will record it so parents can attend that and still have access to that information when it works for them. There is a parent website that is dedicated only to parents, so they can go in, look at that, see, find the resources, get that help. There's a piece on here are your resources. Here's a way to receive help by just texting us or emailing us. Here is I need live help. How can I do this? There's a phone number. The website has K-12 resources, live help guides, FAQs, and contact information. I have had experience with other online remote vendors. Not all vendors have a parent support piece, which is unique and wonderful that Edmonton has that, and they provide that. Again, that isn't available to everybody. The last thing I'll share, so before you ask the question, so I sent a note to, her name happens to be Misty, and I said, I just want to be clear, would our kids be the only kids in the Edmonton classes? And she said, you will probably have enough students that it would be rare that they would be mixed with students from other Iowa districts. She said, but if you have a student that would have an outlying class, such as Latin, which we wouldn't have on our offering anyway, they for sure would be in a mixed classroom with other Iowa students. So, and the courses that we have identified. Ryan, you had a question, I'm just stop talking. So
No, you're fine. I think Kathy, you make a good point that you know, somehow got to paint a clearer picture this time around for parents to be able to make an informed choice. And so, I mean, I think it's great if we can explain the attributes, but I think somehow there's got to be some tutorial or an online, you know, kind of interaction between Edmonton and parents to be able to see, you know, what it is. I mean, if I look at the schedule, I mean, the first thing I caught was that there's 30 minutes of the day that's live. The rest of it appeared to be online modules based on the write-up and the pre-reads for the board meeting tonight for both sections, both for the elementary and for the secondary section. There was just that one 30-minute live section a day.
For elementary, it would be, yes, there's a live, either English language, math, science, social studies on a daily, and it would rotate. In high school, there would be 2 live lessons a week in all 4 content. So no, they are not online from 9 until 3 with an instructor.
Right. Mm-hmm. But it looked like,
yeah.
And so anyway, I'm not gonna then presuppose what it is, but nevertheless, it's not like you're sitting in a virtual classroom with a live instructor. It looked like the majority of the time was spent doing, you know, pre-built online modules. And maybe for some kids, that's a great way to learn. I think for some kids, it may not be, and parents should probably really understand that as a reality in making that choice. So then it kind of gets us back to this other one. And so when we were together a couple of weeks ago, when we were talking about a commitment relative to a period of time, we were talking about a quarter at that point. And then it became a semester, and now we're talking about a year for some section anyway. So I think now we understand Edmonton as a choice. We need to do our level best to give parents as much information and more ideally an opportunity to interact directly with the Edmonton curriculum to be able to make an informed choice around that. And it sounds like it's a year. So then it gets us back to the shorter term commitment and probably a couple of questions. One, do we want to offer that? And second, if we do offer it, it's with our instructors. And then third, for what length of time are we talking about? Or is it worth having a conversation around a quarter commitment? Or does it really administratively need to be a semester to make it work?
So when we talked about the semester, what that does provide with our own teachers is at any point during that semester, if a student feels like they're ready to get back into the classrooms, they can. As an option for using our instructor. So let's say we're 3 weeks down the road, and they're signed in or logged into these classes. If they want to go into the classroom now, because it's not working for them at home, they will have that opportunity to go back into the class and back into their schedule. And we won't be out the dollars that we would be out with Edmentum for that semester. So it does provide some flexibility for families of that commitment. We want them to commit to a semester online, but I mean, it's more of, I guess, an online option for our students. 1 year, semester, or we can do quarter, if we're doing our own teachers. Using our own teachers provides flexibility with putting them back into our system quicker without losing any dollars up front. If we carve out teachers to support online learning, that's where the semester really comes into play. Is we're taking a teacher out of a classroom, a chance for a semester to provide this online learning. If we have the numbers to justify that.
You don't want a lot of folks to defect out of it, and so then you peeled teachers off to teach this, and now the students aren't there.
Now your class sizes are larger because
Yes.
they're going back into the regular.
And then at some point, you got teachers that may not have something to do, so then you're putting them back on the teaching classes, teaching in-person classes. You gotta then move students around to accommodate that. I mean, that could happen in the second semester.
Mhm.
I'm just trying to avoid it happening every quarter.
Right.
Do we have any sense if there are teachers that are requesting accommodations, workplace accommodations that would feed into a model of teaching online?
So far, we've had communication with one staff member. But for those accommodations, this gets into the health condition conversation. But to be able to provide modifications for teachers, we're going to need a medical information to provide that release. And then we as a staff need to determine how we can use that individual. We direct their work during the day, and we need to modify if there's a medical necessity. So once we have that level, and if we had an idea of the number of teachers we need, we can help determine that. I mean,
From our survey that went out from what's coming back now, do we know about how many teachers will be freed up in those buildings? Like, is that something that was able to be dived into
no, because as of this morning, we were 100% had met them in the presentation.
Okay.
But, I mean, if there's 342 students, that's about 25 kids a class, assuming that it's about even across. But then we've got 4 elementary buildings, you've got 25 kids a class spread across 4 elementary buildings. So that starts to create, I would assume some difficulty in terms of, because I think when Ronnie or someone asked a question earlier about kind of crossing boundaries to try to level some things out, and I think the answer to that at that point was no, we're just looking at buildings at this point in terms of leveling.
Well, maybe I ask a pointed question to that, like, do we have boundaries in the virtual world? Like, if you're opting into virtual, to me, it doesn't make a big difference if you're, 5 kids from South Prairie, 5 from Northridge in that case, and less concerned.
The leveling of it in school for
Right.
kids.
To free up the teacher.
Because we're not great over
It's
that.
free the teacher
Yeah.
to be able to provide that service.
In the old model, when we removed it in school,
It would have been.
We're a grade
Grade
alike.
alike.
So
would
some
have been.
districts our size are able to free up teachers, but they haven't moved to
Yeah.
multiple elementaries. That's a growing pain part of it.
It feels like a bummer that we lost this option, but it feels like we're gonna have to offer something ourselves.
Unless we definitely want to we don't want to put $1 million into this option now. And that's really what, if we went with them for the semester and the year, our outcome would be beyond fiscally responsible for our amounts.
And Kathy, you were spitballing sort of what if we simply required 1-year commitment? I just don't think that would fly. I think it's a great question to ask.
I'm not sure anything we do is going to keep anyone happy today. I mean, everyone happy. And so I think we need to do what's best for the district as a whole. And if that question is, we can't find the teachers. And I mean, I love the idea. Could we hire a teacher? Frankly, it is August, and hiring a high quality teacher, even if we could afford every teacher we needed, hiring a high quality teacher in this environment at this time of the school year to teach our kids like we would want them to be taught is not realistic in any way, shape, or form. And I think that we need to be thinking, I get it won't fly. I get that. Someone's gonna be mad at me no matter how I vote today, in this room and outside this room. And so I'm thinking, how do I do what's best for this district, for all of our students as much as we can, and for our families and our community as a whole? And part of that is fiscal responsibility, and making that the year choice is very fiscally responsible, gives kids a good education, and maybe the line we need to draw and give families that information, and then you make your choice. So we say we're coming back full on, or we're coming back 50-50, and you have this other option if you don't like this choice, and then you make your choice. I get what you're saying. It's not going to fly. Someone's going to be mad, but someone's going to be mad no matter what I say or we say today. So I think my thinking is, how do I look at the big picture about whether you're mad at me or the board or whatever, how are we providing what our kids need in the most fiscally responsible way, which is our job to do today.
And we could do the Edmonton, thank you, I said, memento. We could do it if 10 students wanted, and it would still be this price point, right? So it's not, we don't have to commit today to this budget that we've kind of been kicking around, correct?
No, our goal is to probably, with the new information we have, is reduce the amount of that budget and provide a in-house option for a semester.
My concern
And
is
the
also,
details may not be to what parents want, and I'm not sure we will ever get to the amount of details parents want to select one way or the other. The questions I have got have typically been, well, what about this? Or now this, and we just have to give, this is the information for admin, this is the information for online. Our teachers will provide it. It's either gonna be this, or this. And either a year for admin, a semester with online art staff, and you have the option in semester to ultimately get back into the classroom if you feel online semester is not moving in. Admentum is not the option to get back in. You're selecting that as an option for you and your family.
my concern with the year requirement was Governor Reynolds requires us to go online January. Now we're paying for a kid that we could have supported. Now it's stuck, that they could have used our resources. So that was the main thing. With,
Really?
You may have some, though, I'll use Mr. Rance's statement too. You may have some that would not choose the option that we had last spring. It's required now, it will be graded now, but it will be similar. There will be some live instruction and recorded, where they may be able to say, we've been in this already for a semester. January has rolled around and the governor has said, everybody is off-site continuous learning. There may be, just as there would be people who wished they could come to that off-site continuous learning, there will be people who will be happy to be able to continue in that continuous continuity of learning that they have, that is consistent for their student, and not yet another change to their educational programming in the school year. We don't know the numbers, of course, but
I know the numbers have changed. And we probably won't have that many go that way, but based off what we knew on a full year, I checked in with Michelle. Because I know we can use a lot of it from the QFCB that we're gonna pay off down loans, but if I remember right, even using that $300,000, that's about a 30 to 40 cent per thousand increase in tax levy, correct? Just to cover that.
300,000 is about 30 cents on the levy.
That's if they use the full year. And we had the 325.
Right.
But what, I don't know what number you budgeted in for that one.
it was about 350.
350.
So there's still $500,000 from the QSCP bond
Correct.
that we can still use for plexiglass possibly,
Right.
training for our staff, paying for stipends for staff to be able to do the online beyond their contract. It does allow different uses of those dollars to help support that semester education for some of our online presence.
I would also just maybe to your point, it might be worth considering as an exercise of how are we monitoring and supporting teachers that are beyond the school day? We already know that happened. How do we do so in a way that is fair and equitable for all teachers? In a way that is, to Kathy's point, fiscally responsible, that we're not, we still have to pay the bills in a way that's manageable, but doing so in a way that values teachers and make sure that we are giving them time and credit for their time. I just want to make sure we don't miss that point. If we want to throw that out there, that maybe there's some policy that's developed, or maybe a procedure is a better way to look at it, so that we have some consistency in how we honor teachers' time beyond the school day. We give payment for that.
I think we need to keep moving. Is
it possible to take a break?
it
Or
is,
like,
we could take a 5-minute recess.
are y'all weary? We've been doing this for 3 minutes. We take a quick restroom break? Okay. Maybe,
Okay,
sorry, people.
let's
Ron
take,
might not have
Good
a
idea.
good-
let's take a break, recess until 9:30.
And I'm going to mute us for 5 minutes for those that are online. If I can find out how to mute you.
So that means no board conversation.
Correct.
Based on my.
I can't tell you.
I know.
Can't hear us anyway.
How many?
That's probably 20 texts. Can't hear you.
Yeah, I've had coffee.
unmute.
Okay. So we've reassembled in the boardroom. Are there other questions about the online remote learning option? Otherwise, I think we need to keep moving and talk about the plan recommendation for start of school. I feel like we've started bleeding into that anyways, but that was the next item to discuss.
Yes. So with the online option for families, whether it be a year or a semester for the online presence, our recommendation is to be 100% on site with the online option and following through with mitigation practices, masks requirement, social distancing when available has been discussed. Understanding that we will work with case by case on COVID for the public health and for planning and preparation versus the hybrid model. We feel that a lot of the same concerns for health and safety will fit in the hybrid as well as the online option. With our feedback for the online, we're looking at 90% in class with a 10 to 11% choosing online. That may change depending on the next commitment survey that is sent out. The determination for whether to move from in-person to hybrid will be determined by probably public health, maybe rates between Polk County and Dallas County. We may not look at going to the extent of which the state government has stated, but right now they're looking at that 5 to 10% or 12 to 15% as the percentage.
With the on-site, we would also suggest the early out time.
Yeah, the on-site would be to increase 9 early outs to the on-site throughout the year for staff.
As well as to Ryan's point, looking at what other days that are scheduled for professional development could be used for teacher prep, teacher collaboration, and revising that schedule for PD.
Now, is that recommendation, is that just from collecting the data and the survey? Just from getting feedback, or is that something that, I guess, where are we basing the recommendation off of?
The recommendation is based off of other districts and what they're choosing to go with. What we can provide as having our students on site, which we believe is our having students on site 5 days a week is better for them academically, as well as health and mental support. Conversations with public health, with the masks, and opportunity for tracing and percentages also help to move from a hybrid model to an on-site learning model with the online option. Also, prior to that, online option was only for students that had a medically necessary need. And that was due to the change of Governor Reynolds with the proclamation. It also increased opportunities for our students to make that choice, knowing that we're on site, that they still have an opportunity to do online learning. So that opened up more flexibility for families to choose of whether on site or online learning.
I do think, Marco, back to the statistics that Mr. Grimes quoted from our surveys, that 47% of our staff, our families saying that they didn't feel they had the support they needed as far as understanding and materials to do that. 25% saying they had little to no time to support that off-site remote learning that happened. Also was part of our data that we looked at and gathered with that on-site option. Daycare for our staff, as well as family in the community, if we are hybrid, the lack of daycare that would be available for our own staff and our family members in the community.
Can you talk a little bit more about the conversations you had with Polk and Dallas County Health and just what you know in terms of the risk, where we're comfortable with where Polk County's levels are in terms of their positive results, and why I think maybe we as a district are looking at that option more seriously, because I feel like that's the questions that I'm getting a lot about, we're looking at the same information, why are we coming to different decisions perhaps than others?
The information from Polk and Dallas County was really around the percentage rate and being able to calculate the number of students or families within a district. Ways to calculate our own population on the rates in the 14 days. I'm drawing a blank on what that term is, but it's the positivity rate. And also the mask piece was huge in that determination. A requirement of 100% mask for staff as well as students allows you more or less likely of a chance for spread and more opportunity for students to have to be educated on site beyond the 6 feet and the 15-minute intervals.
Is this the time for discussion, or do we do that during
I think we do,
business?
I think we could do it here, you do it here.
Can I ask another question? It seems like we want to have a light switch approach, right? Like we're going to turn this all on and we're going to turn it all off based on these things. And was there any discussion or have we ever thought about like phasing an approach in where we do something for 6 weeks, we do something for 2 months, and then come back and try to reassess with more information based on where levels are? I mean, is that something that we can talk about tonight in terms of, can we do hybrid for 6 weeks, 2 months, see how things are going, maybe a quarter, transition then at that time when we learn more and we have more experience? Have you talked about that as an option?
It's an option. The planning and preparing to prepare for that hybrid model for families, community, as well as district. The time of preparation for that for a 6-week stint or a 4-week stint is great in that amount of time of using it. Online is not an option, although online 100% is not an option. We can phase or not phase, but right now, 100% on site with online option.
I guess I wonder, I have a couple of thoughts and I'll just throw them out there and then go from there. But I see an easier process of starting hybrid and then saying, hey, look, it's going great. Numbers are coming down. We can go back to full 100%. Then starting full 100%, families don't have plans for childcare or for whatever, and then going, oh wait, fooled you, life changed, governor says, and we're back, and then we're pulling it completely back. I also think that a hybrid option lends us to be better prepared for a 14-day quarantine, whether that be for a classroom or for a building or for whatever, because we already have the online stuff going. And so that's already in place. Plans are already made. I think that if we start with hybrid, it gives us more teacher planning time right from the start to go to it, rather than if we go 100% and the rug gets pulled out and suddenly we have to switch midstream. Also knowing that we will probably have, or at least we're talking about having the teacher option where we're already having some of that fully online going on. I think that some benefits that I see with hybrid that we haven't talked about is smaller class size. So if I'm a gen ed teacher and I'm used to 25 kids in my class, suddenly I have 13, there are going to be, hopefully, likely, fewer behavior issues, better instruction time because I'm not dealing with as many behavior issues because I have 13 kids or 12 or whatever the number is to attend, and I can give more personal instruction when I am in that classroom. Ask any teacher, their dream is a 13-kid classroom, and the amount of instruction that can happen may be higher quality than if we go back 100% and we're fighting with masks. We're still gonna have to deal with masks, but we're gonna fight with masks more. We're gonna be doing all of that with 20+ kids instead of a smaller group. And so our 2.5 days might, in my opinion, might be better quality instruction than we get 5 days with a crammed full and stressed out teachers worried about who's going to get sick or when they're going to get sick. Not that people won't get sick on a 50% if we do the AD model, but I question whether we're going to, in the end, maybe get better instruction. I hear, Jill, you saying parents, or the survey said parents didn't feel supported, didn't feel prepared. But I think it's a completely different thing to have my kids in school 2.5 days a week getting all that teaching. I'm just supplementing it. Yes. And I feel a whole lot better about that than, oh my gosh, my child is not even going to school and I have it all on me based on a template. And so I see the hybrid option as very different than it was in the spring. And I think, in my opinion, and I came in with really no idea where I was going to lead, but after all of this, I feel like, to me, this hybrid option is a much better place to start, because I think I know it's going to be hard. I get childcare. I get all of that. But I think it starts us in a better place because of everything I just said.
It buys us more time. I feel like we're learning things every day. Look at today. Maybe you came in this morning thinking this is what I was going to talk about at school board, and now we have things change. And I like the idea of having more information to make a better informed choice at a school district as a whole. I agree. I think it's very uncomfortable for lots of people to think about that. But I also want to make sure we're prioritizing school students' safety and their health. And I feel like that has been kind of secondary to our discussions tonight. We've talked about mental health, superbly important, absolutely. But people aren't always, that's not what people are worried about right now. They are because they've been isolated and there are lots of concerns there. But I really want to make sure we're focusing on what our healthcare providers are saying and what we know the science is saying. And I feel like we probably need to talk about that a little bit more, because I don't think we have yet. So I don't know if y'all have opinions on that.
I feel like with the hybrid model, I mean, the biggest benefit, I don't know if I see it the same way you do, but I see the biggest benefit as being that increase in physical distance. But it's not enough for students to unmask.
Right.
So we're still going to have masks.
Mm-hmm.
We'll still be taking mask breaks. We'll still be looking to do as much distancing as we can and follow those same protocols.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I think that it's going to cause a lot more havoc in terms of the educational process than maybe the happy. So I don't know, but it seems like we're going to ask an awful lot in a very short period of time to prepare materials, to teach things. I know I'm not supposed to say teach them twice, but we're gonna have to teach one way when they're here, as well as at the same time for the same day, teach for the students that aren't in the room. And then there will be that requirement that parents will need to, I think we will see it right away in numbers, but I mean, I think there will be this requirement that parents are there to assist, especially at the elementary age. So it's probably a little bit different at the secondary level. And I don't know that we get that much out of the additional physical distance. We're gonna have masks either way.
I'm okay with the masks. I think it just reduces the shoulder to shoulder classrooms that we can expect. I mean, you walk into any kindergarten classroom right now on the first day, and you're very close. So I think to some degree we have to acknowledge that.
Even kids walking in a line. You watch a line, I've worked in many different schools. I've worked in a line, seen a line of 32 children. You can't watch them and maintain any distance if you're the teacher versus a line, I've never seen a line of 13 because I've never worked in a district that small, but a line of 13, a teacher can watch while they socially distance a little bit, but not 6 feet, but they can at least not be, chest to back, which is kind of how a line of 32 almost has to be. 2 little feet in each square if you think about the tiles on the floor. And you don't have to do that with 13 versus 20 plus.
You guys know more about education than I do, but I think, reading some of the comments that did come in from teachers, and particularly some of the teachers that teach some of the early grades, they talked about kind of the shift to a more dynamic classroom. And that maybe a long time ago when I was in elementary school, it was rows of desks and there was this very kind of structured environment, and we've gradually kind of gone to a more dynamic environment, and that we're going to lose some of that, probably regardless in either one of these models, but maybe to a lesser degree in the hybrid model. And I don't know really how to think about that or to kind of put that into a decision making in terms of one versus the other. But Kathy, I think it was interesting when you talked about the quality of education and, that more dynamic classroom, and does having half the number of kids allow for some of that type of education where you wouldn't be able to do that in the more structured if we have 90% of the student body back.
I think there's a lot of cool stuff that can happen in a classroom of 13 that we can't dream about right now. And, perhaps that's, again, another way we look at education. This is an opportunity for us to experiment a little bit with what that looks like.
I don't know that with 13 though, that we'll still do the hand over hand, the collaboration, peer-to-peer that we see in today's classroom.
My background is behavior, school behavior. And so the difference I see with a class of 13 is if I'm a teacher and I have 25 and, Ronnie's acting up and he needs a positive stroke every single, 5 minutes or 10 minutes to say, here, you're doing a great job. If I have 27 kids, I can't do that because I got 27 kids in front of me and I have to meet all those needs. But if I have 13, I can come by and be like, gosh, you're doing a great job. And suddenly his behavior, that's a simple example, but his behavior might come down, which then allows me to teach the other 13 a whole lot more. I mean, I just think that it's exponentially better, exponentially easier to give students more when you have 13 instead of when you have half as many, because it's not just that you have fewer kids to teach, it's that they get so much more attention and they get so much more one-on-one, and suddenly I know that this student has this need, that every time we start math, I need to give them a little extra because this is the part that they feel less capable in. I know that when I have 27, but I got 27, and so half of them might need that versus 1 or 2. So I guess that's just, I think that behaviors would come down to some extent, allowing also better instruction because of smaller class size.
I think too, we're losing 40% of that instruction time. So that one-on-one time is only happening 60% of the time. So now you have kids sitting at home with really none.
Mhm.
My other concern is probably more secondary. Somebody's in AP Calc, when I heard earlier, it sounded like you're only getting through 60% of the content in a school year. I don't know how you get through 100% of the content when you're just reassessing for 2 days while you're not in the classroom. How do you make up? And maybe you can, but how do you, if you're just giving them assessments, how do you teach them the full content in a full year?
But what if we commit to a quarter?
Well,
And,
back to your
you know,
point, my thing is probably not more safety.
Yeah.
That's, if I was gonna do hybrid, it's more because we have a safety issue,
Safety,
not probably
yeah.
one-to-one. It's that we've created an environment for safety. My other concern is if we go down, because I'm a big component of being full-time, but if we go down this route, how realistically, how long can it last before positivity rates drive us a different way? Do we have a better chance going hybrid? But then also the risk of teachers. I mean, there's not a great resource. The risk of drain on teachers and coming up with some sort of solution for a hybrid concerns me too.
Well, and they'll also, as a teacher, they have more space between them and the students too. I mean, that's, you know, a consequence of that, that buys them more classroom space for them to move around and have a little bit more freedom.
My concern with the hybrid originally was the strain it would put on our faculty with regards to preparation. It's really strenuous what we're asking them to do, and it's not lost on me. But at the same time, classroom management gets better. I think, in my experience, and mine's not as fast as yours, Kathy, the interactions become deeper and more rich. I think with the secondary, there can be some advantages to the hybrid in terms of how we execute that and how we're preparing our students. So it's not one that I'm opposed to. I worried about our faculty if we went that route, and could we get them in a place where they can prepare and deliver in a really good, strong way. And if they can, then I'm fine with that.
Could you talk a little bit, you sent us the survey results on the faculty thing, and the format it came in was hard for me to look at, but as I did, it seemed that teachers, because so they got to choose a 1, 2, or a 3 on their preference of which model. And it seemed to me, as I just scanned down the columns, that on the hybrid model, it was mostly 1s and 2s, not a lot of 3s. Whereas fully online and fully in person had a lot more 3s. But have you looked more into those percentages or have a better way to look at it than what we got?
So for the stat survey of the hybrid model, so first choice on-site, we had 102 reply. Hybrid is the first choice, we had 113. The off-site continuous learning was low on all of them, but high as a third choice. We had 52% of our staff actually fill out that survey.
When you say staff,
Teachers and all staff.
All associates.
Maybe the one thing I would share with you, because I was looking at those numbers as well, the most common, so if you put it on like a preference table, the most common response was on-site #1, hybrid #2, and online #3. The second most common was hybrid #1, on-site #2, and online #3. And the breakdown was 95 had that first one, on-site, hybrid, online, and 68 had hybrid, on-site, online, and then you saw different things after that.
So it's, I don't want to say it's indifference, but it seems in some cases they're okay with either. Is that what you would, how would you?
I guess I would probably think of it in terms of secondary. It's probably a little easier with hybrid versus the elementary would probably be more needing that one-on-one.
Right.
So
I assume it would be harder to convert from hybrid to full-time than from full-time to hybrid. Am I thinking that correctly? Or, yeah, it'd be harder for us to convert. In mid-semester, we'd almost have to wait till the semester to go back to full-time, I would think, versus if you're full-time head of a hybrid, you deal with it. But I think it'd be harder to do for instructor. Maybe I'm not.
Well, your instructor's there 5 days a week. So
The question is, if you go in hybrid now, and you're sitting at a positivity rate where it is, at what point is that positivity rate gonna be to a point that 100% is okay?
Right, that's what I mean.
Because
Yeah, you're right.
you're always gonna have a percentage that people are not gonna be okay with 100% on site.
Right.
And you're gonna have a percentage that's not gonna be okay with going hybrid. And we talk about the types of education that can happen in a 13-person classroom versus a 26. I mean, that's called education, and that's just that class size. It's the health that we gotta look at, and what is the factors or offset for having 13 in a class, knowing that 13 of those kids are off-site for 5 days before back. I mean, that's the other piece. It's how we teach, we know has to be different and I think it was talked about, we're teaching more traditionally due to COVID-19 than ever before. Kids are gonna face forward, they're not gonna work in teams, they're gonna be masked, they just may be spaced more in a hybrid model.
So is that what we'd have to kind of think about, is if we were to start with something other than everyone back, then what is that point at which we would decide to bring everyone back? And so if you look at the document that you sent out in the pre-reads, it kind of talked about this infection rate tranche of 0 to 5% is, you know, minimal. And I don't know exactly where we're at, but I think I took a quick look at it before we came, and I think Polk County was in that 90% range lately, and Dallas County's maybe a little bit higher. And if you take a blended number between the two, we're in that kind of 9 to 10% blended infection rate between the two counties. So that puts us pretty squarely in this minimal to moderate 16%, and quite a ways to run to get below 5. But I think we got to have something, right? I mean, there's got to be some way to think about if we start some way other than all together, how do we make that decision to unwind that decision and go to, you know, something else? Because that infection rate's kind of hung there for a while. I mean, you sent the survey out in June and it was down a bit. Things were looking good, and then kind of, you know, after we got into July, we've seen things start to climb a bit, right? And so for a month or so, we've seen that infection rate up, and it looks like it's kind of hanging there. And probably we'll see what happens when school starts. But
are we going to use that positivity rate? Is there a certain one? Are we setting our own positivity rate?
So the county has to actually give us a separate positivity rate than what's even being put on that webpage.
okay,
They look at a 14-day average, so they're gonna have to give us a different positivity rate
at the county level, or
At
can
the
they get
county.
it back to the zip code or
at the
something
county
like that?
level.
Okay.
So Dallas County has already communicated to us how they're going to approach that ongoing 14-day, and when they will give us, if there's a major change, they'll let us know, but they'll let us know weekly. Polk County is working on the percentage of population that is actually in our school as Polk County residents, so that they can provide us also that positivity rate for the 14-day for us to use. The on-site model always will provide us an opportunity to, as by case, limit that individual class or that section. Whereas hybrid, you're now limiting, you know, you may limit a section A, B, depending on that teacher, or even by that class. I mean, still, you're limiting that group, but you're still going to have the same results for the COVID positive situations. If that makes sense. Even 100% on site, online learning, we still are going to go down that classroom. And in the classroom with hybrid, you're still going to go down that classroom and be destroyed by what.
So maybe I missed this. I was thinking the positivity rate was more global, makes a decision. Are you saying it's per building, per class?
Yes.
That would
I mean, a case due to contact tracing, seating charts, how we move about the building will determine on whether a classroom, or even a few, even students within a class will need to quarantine for 10 days. It's not definitely just by class. It's not by, it will then become by building, and then once beyond building, by building, we're gonna have to meet with public health on whether we're gonna close the building now.
But if I look at this, I think I'm just confirming I'm looking at it the right way. If you're at 14% or below, it's really to our discretion to some degree to choose on-site or hybrid. Once we cross to 15%, then full on-site's off the table as I read it, and we go to hybrid.
Hybrid or online.
Hybrid or online. And then at 20%, then it's the only option they give us is continuous online learning.
The other thing I would throw out that we didn't talk about yet, but we talked about it a little bit. Mr. Grimes included the graphs in the board book from the commitment. So there was a very small delta between, and I don't know what we can infer from it. I mean, but between what parents who looked at an on-site and said, I'll send my child or I won't. And then parents looked at the hybrid and said, I'll send my child or I won't. And so there was very small change between those.
How many of the 324, the percentage, how many people did not fill out a survey? Did most of them fill out a survey?
For which survey? Commitment?
The commitment survey, did most people fill it out?
We have about 3,400 students. We have 3,553 respondents. So we have duplicates. So
But regardless, that 90%.
We had probably 100% population fill that out.
Like, so that 90% rate is probably pretty close to people want to be in school versus that's online. That doesn't throw in hybrid or online, but they want their kids in school.
And I've received emails, and as well as you probably have, of both.
Oh, yeah.
Sides.
I guess what I was trying to get across or trying to figure out is people sitting on the fence on a decision between one or the other, whether they're going to drastically change the decision to go online. It sounds like everybody's committed, whatever model they want to be in person.
We've got a couple more topics to talk about, and we're going to come back to this when we vote. Right. Are there other things you want to say about it before we talk about Heritage Microbial Control Service?
Well, the water's really muddy, so why not? My question is, we haven't talked about doing some things for elementary versus some things for 7-12 or 9-12. What are your thoughts on that? You know, what does that look like as a viable option? And what do we do? What do you think? I mean, what would that look? I mean, who comes and who does virtual and who does the hybrid?
A couple of people I talked to, teachers, looking at maybe elementary being full-time and high school just being hybrid just because of the rates, positivity rates with the secondary.
They're thinking they're higher.
Because they're more attraction. That's just from a couple people. I just sampled a few people.
Literature shows under age 10 is less likely to get it, or if they do, it's less severe than those in the next age range up.
Yeah.
I would also argue that a little bit to say that like those children aren't going anywhere right now, like in general, right? Like a lot of your activities are canceled. Those children have been home versus when you get in your own car, you're 15, 16 years old, you're a little bit more mobile, you know? So I think it might be a little bit of word of caution to say, we don't really know until we get them back in
I'm not a professional, like, person that studied COVID, but just from
Me neither. Yeah.
reading and doing some
Yeah.
digging, that seems to be the case.
Another good point with the hybrid approach that somebody brought, George, I can't remember if it's in one of the emails or not, but those kids in hybrid, they're not going home and putting masks on and socially distancing. They're hanging out with friends.
Break
So
everything that we
there,
better not do.
so, yeah, so does that help you in any way with those kids not being isolated?
Some of them are, but some of
Right.
them are not.
Right.
There are people, I mean,
Oh, yeah.
there are people who are maintaining
Mhm.
what they would consider to be the best CDC guidelines or wherever, and they are keeping their kids
I
home. I
agree.
mean, so I think that saying that, and so we should go all in and have everyone there, then those kids are also at school unless they chose online. But for lots of reasons, I see why people might not choose online. So I think, yes, perhaps, but also perhaps not, so.
Having two different schedules did come up with some people for daycare options. Like if they're in a hybrid, they want their older high school age kid to be on the same family connection so that younger sibling is in the same,
To provide care.
to provide care and stuff. So I know that was a difference of two different models and how that would impact.
So that would be to Ronnie's point, where you would need more flexibility for your older children, but the elementaries to be full-time in person for a providing care standpoint.
There's definitely more movement in the high school class.
That's where I like the idea of the possibility of an open campus, or, there's some creative options out there that maybe we haven't done here in the past. It's pretty late in the game to do something with scheduling, but, if there was some way to modify schedule and you want to try that now's the time to do it and put it in your plan. Now's the time to be creative and see what you can do. But I don't necessarily think it's, whether it's a block or whether it's something modified similar to that.
Some districts have moved to a block just in high school for the year to help reduce the amount of students on.
I remember a presentation of one of these things. If we're gonna try it, I would say now's the time to at least explore it. I don't know if we have enough time to turn that around now, but.
I believe our teachers can turn anything around.
And I'm not doubting them. But that comes off like I'm doubting them. Shame on me. But let's go for it then. Let's be creative with them and let's see what we can do.
Do we have the data broken down in those surveys of the hybrid versus full-time face-to-face, whether we're seeing a trend or difference between elementary age families versus high school families?
I have taken the online names out so that we knew we had an estimate of cost. We have not broken down those who said on-site, those who said hybrid by grade level or building.
Can I ask a question that I know you're not going to have the answer to? Because I don't know if anybody
Makes me look
else.
great.
So I've heard a little conversation about school districts deciding to not abide by the 50% rule. And I just wanted to have a conversation about what does that mean for a district that does something like that? In my mind, I think Jill mentioned earlier, that's the law. We have to follow the law. We want our funding so we can help continue to educate students. What is your take on school districts that might be looking at that option?
I have a question with regards to it. Can they deliver 100% online? I don't have any idea what other people are capable of. Can they deliver what they're saying they're gonna do?
I don't know what school districts that are. I'm just saying,
Yeah,
it's like,
no, I know.
I mean, mean, I feel like I've gotten a few emails from parents that have encouraged us as a board to.
Yeah, I agree.
Can
About
they,
the system and.
can they
and-
deliver on that? I mean, they say they want to go online.
Well, we
They
might
have-
have to. I
We
mean,
might.
if this state turns around and suddenly
Right.
the proclamation changes and then we have to.
Can we deliver on
So
that?
I think it's an appropriate question. If there's an answer, does state funding get pulled? I'm not saying this board is considering saying, forget it, we're only offering online. But if we were tonight, what are the consequences of that? Or does anyone know?
I'd say 90% of the parents that said they were willing to send their kids
Well,
back
yeah.
to an onsite would probably be pretty upset with us. I don't know why I don't know.
You're
why
talking
we-
about providing more time for hybrid, are you saying on-site reducing our day,
No,
our hours?
I just wanted to basically maybe for the record, establish why maybe we are making a choice.
Let me give you a simple example that
Thank you.
isn't exactly this scenario. Every year by September 15th, we file a certified annual report. If a district fails to file their certified annual report and doesn't get a waiver in advance for doing that, they risk losing state aid. For our district, that's about 50% of our revenue. So that's a different scenario, but it is violating the code. I just wanted to let the community members
Yeah.
know.
I mean, I would go on record, I'm not looking to break any rules, I don't think going to this.
I'm
is
not.
right, is my opinion.
And I don't think any of us are.
No.
I
think
just
it's
wanted to
good
make
to
sure
know
that
that
the
it's
point was
right on.
made.
Right.
Thank you.
But I do
Thank
respect
you,
other
Michelle.
districts, and I would say like Des Moines Public, when they have 33,000 students, 5,000, I mean,
Oh.
they're
in a
a
different
system
spot.
amongst themselves, and they should be treated differently, and they should probably be, I acknowledge that. Amen.
I appreciate the local control, absolutely. And I don't want to make a comment on other school district choices. I was just wanting to make sure I understood what the ramifications were. If that was all abreast of the conversation.
How many teachers didn't vote or give feedback?
48%.
52% that did reply. I do not have it broken down by teacher versus associate or by other staff members.
All right, so when we come back to this, just so I'm clear, we need to vote on a model to begin school with. We need to have a semester-long online option and a full-year online option. Is that my square to the world in terms of what we're coming back to vote
Yes.
on?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Heritage Microbial Control Service.
So we know there's going to be additional cleaning required and more labor required. We have 23 FTE positions in our custodial staff, and we are in the process of interviewing to hire 3 of those 23 at this time. So we are short-staffed. So we were looking for a solution, whether it was hiring our own staff or going out and visiting with some other school districts. There's another metro school that's been using Heritage Microbial for substitute staff for some time and is very pleased with them. And so Paul reached out and got a quote. There is a 4-month commitment for them to come in and provide 5 full-time FTE, including 1 supervisor. That 4-month commitment is just over $100,000. If we should use them for the entire year for their services, it's $265,000. And when you add in the extra service that they offer, besides the full-time cleaning and all of the equipment and all of the disinfectant supplies, they also offer bioburden testing. And so they would come in to our district and test 10 swabs every 40,000 square feet 4 times a year. They can also do buses. One thing that we learned really quickly about supply chain is we were able to obtain the Clorox 360 machines rather quickly, but the supplies to run them are non-existent at this point in time. Heritage does have a chemical supply chain established and is confident that they can provide that work a different schedule if we should so need be, so we can move our staff into other parts of the day for touch point cleaning. It gives us some flexibility in their scheduling and the testing and verification to provide some peace of mind and a check to see that we are on course to supply control for the virus inside of our facilities, all 551,000 square feet. Health and safety is our priority, and so we are recommending that the district commit to heritage building maintenance, equipment and disinfection, and also heritage microbial control for the year. And if after 4 months we decide it's not something we need anymore, we can certainly change. The other thing that they offer is they offer substitute cleaners. And so if our staff is down, we get sick or lose staff, we can utilize them for the short term to help us stay fully staffed for that period of time. So I did do reference checks on them with West Des Moines, and they're very happy with their service.
And this would not be in place of hiring the 3-year hiring. This is over and above.
This is over and above. This is us making the commitment to health and safety and making sure that we're eradicating the virus through these fancy, they have big words here, Global Biorisk Advisory Council providing training and blah, blah, blah to kill SARS-CoV-2.
So Michelle, I can offer a little bit of perspective on this company, and I work for an organization that's got a 2 million square foot campus downtown. We utilize this service. They clean a 700,000 square foot building for us, and then use this treatment on all 2 million square feet. We've done a fair bit of research on the effectiveness of their treatment. We've also tested their supply chain, and they've always been able to stand up and provide material when we've needed it. And then from an additional cleaning support standpoint, as we've needed to swing cleaning staff in and out of our facilities, they've been quite capable in finding folks that are capable and trained to be able to clean both in general, for general cleaning needs, as well as if you've had an identified COVID specific incident, how to gear up in the right PPE and come in and treat that effectively. So, I mean, if we're considering this organization, I can tell you from firsthand experience, that they're good at this particular kind of treatment. They can do it at speed, and their supply chain is pretty stable.
Thank you, that's good to know.
Quick question. I was trying to understand what we're committing to. It's the part that's highlighted in yellow.
It's the
And
part
then
that's highlighted in yellow and the one right
Directly
below.
below it. Okay.
So if we utilize that for 10 months of the year and the 41,000 for microbial control, we're talking about $300,000 for the year.
300,000, you said? And what money can we use towards this? Is there any, can we use any?
So
Or
there's going to be a drain on the general fund.
But in the last meeting, Michelle, didn't you say that supplemental, was it only janitorial overtime, or supplemental cleaning could be a FEMA claim?
So we have submitted our first FEMA claim, and they covered PPE and overtime for cleaning in a facility. I don't know that they'll cover this service. We will certainly give it a shot. It is also my hope that there will be some K through 12 funding in either the gear money that the governor's office has received, or in the current legislation that's being discussed at Congress right now. I think that's called the HEALS Act. We're hoping that there's some K through 12 money there that will help us cover some of these costs. But this is one of those things that's that important that we just feel like it's worth the general fund expenditure, even if it does draw down authority in cash.
What is the provision if the state, it changes and suddenly we don't have kids in buildings?
We are committed for 4 months. After that, we can make termination with 30 days notice.
Any other questions?
cost for just 4 months, if that happens?
106,000, plus I think we have to buy the bio the whole year, so it'll probably be 150,000 that we're looking at there. The interesting thing is I wanted to get this in front of the board and have them act on it as soon as possible, because as you can imagine, there are several school districts lining up and we want to get that going.
It'll help our teachers and staff.
I believe it'll help our teachers and staff and keep our buildings as well places.
So old business. Last meeting, we tabled the approval of the return to learn plan due to the proclamation. It didn't meet the proclamation. So tonight, the topic on the table is to approve, and this isn't how to start the year. This is simply those 3 plans that we walked through at the beginning of the meeting.
Does anything, I know we have a separate motion on Minton, I got that right again, sorry. This, whatever we did, we modified with the semester, the commitments, any of that stuff needs to be amended in the plan before we move forward.
Actually, I think the online learning recommendation of Edmentum, we would amend that one to be Edmentum for the year, and then ECG for semester commitment.
And a clarifying point on that, because I think, Scott, you talked about that in a couple of ways, and I just want to make sure I have it straight. I think when we initially talked about self-performing the online education for the semester, that if students were to become comfortable with coming back to the school, we would let them opt out of that agreement and come back at whatever point during the semester they wanted, or did I hear that it was needing to be a full semester commitment so we could structure the teacher time effectively for a semester to be able to do that? I wasn't sure I completely understood which direction you were headed on that.
For planning purposes, a semester commitment would be best for us to be able to even prepare our teachers online. Either one of these scenarios, in my mind, it's still a case by case. You may have a child who is totally floundering. I mean, we would meet with parents, we would have conversations like we would any type of our models of education and work that process through with that family. If online is not, we're not going to hold any child clear to the semester if we're getting nothing from them online. I mean, that's going to be a case by case. Our best scenario
For Edmonton as well, or is that just with DCG? So I think we got to be careful.
I think Edmonton is not an option once they sign for the 1 year. Edmonton.
I called it Edmonton too.
That's my fault. So how about one thing is the other way? If the student positivity rates go up, we're still full-time. Parents concerned wants to pull the kid to online.
Still be individual
still do
conversation,
individual
case by
conversation.
case, and how to work that job.
Thank you.
In all of those, you're welcome.
Is there a motion to approve the return to learn plans for the fall of 2020?
With these amendments?
I think there are any amendments on this one.
This one, okay.
Move.
Second. That was the motion.
Ryan can have it.
All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes, it's unanimous. So new business, the first item up is the first reading of several board policies. Do you want to speak to them? There were a couple of changes that we could just talk about that are real easy, but there might be questions specifically about the policies.
So these policies, and Michelle can probably talk to some of them as well, come down to really HR, leaves of absence, some stuff we didn't even have in our policy. And through our policy transition, we'll be adding some of them. A lot of them are related to COVA, kind of choosing when to go off-site and on-site, or through the 3 plans.
Most of these policies are tied to legislation for the FFCRA, the Families First Coronavirus Relief Act, and the forms that staff will use in the event that they need to take leave under the FFCRA. We did make some small edits, mostly just spelling and things like that.
Are there any changes required to the employee handbook based on the policy changes?
So we are working through handbook at this time, and we are also preparing a return to work in a pandemic document for staff to refer to. They're in draft form now and not yet ready for the board.
And then where do the funds come from to pay the FFRCA? I got that. Does that come out of district pocket?
Yes,
Okay. I didn't know if there was funding for that or not.
I have to take off my mask to smile when you ask me this question.
As in, boy, that's a foolish question. You should know it.
I'll move to approve this.
I did want to explain one,
Okay.
just the one piece on the very last one. So there, like Michelle said, there were some, a misplaced misplaced letter. The only substantial change was in the very last policy, the 804.21. And if you look at the old version, it's the part that's in square brackets that says the school board and superintendent. So that was a carryover from like when you pull it out of the IASB policy, I assume. And so what you see in the new policy, what I think the motion would be is that that's not there.
What page are you on? Sorry.
It would be page 147. Like in the very last paragraph. Do you see it?
I don't see something bracketed. I don't know. Do you all?
Yeah, it's the very last paragraph.
Are you in the new version or the old?
I'm in August very special, so I must be.
It says new policy in red at the top.
If you're the one I sent today, it's corrected.
Okay.
No.
So I was just calling out what the difference was so that you,
Okay, yeah, I'm with you. I'm here. Thank you.
I appreciate you pointing it out. It's good.
Move to approve? I have one motion. Do you want to be a second?
Second, I'll do the motion.
all those in favor, raise their hand. Motion passes, it's unanimous. So next up is the approval of the Heritage Microbial Control Contract that Michelle just discussed.
I'll move to approve.
Second,
All those in favor, raise their hand. Motion passes, it's unanimous. So then the next piece is the plan recommendation for the start of the school for fall of 2020. And so I think this is where someone is going to have to sort of craft a motion carefully about what you're thinking that's on your mind. We have the administration motion. It sounded like there was some folks who wanted to amend that.
Are we able to talk a little bit about that process? So
Absolutely.
I pretend I made a motion. It doesn't pass. What's the process after that?
I feel like we'll make another motion.
Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
We go home, we start over.
Can there be more discussion after the first, if it fails? Is that a?
after a motion and a second, there can be discussion prior to the vote.
Thank you.
I would move to use the hybrid plan with the AABD situation with the, as much as we can, half-day-ish of teacher time for the planning portion on Wednesdays. Is there something else that motion would need? I think, and then Edmentum and the online, the two options for that.
Is that separate motion?
Is that, no, that's separate.
Is that separate? Or do we need to include it?
I think that's included, right?
Well, we have a separate item for the remote online learning recommendation. So
Is that continuous learning or is that?
That's the event of
Okay, so
online.
it is usually separate.
Okay, so I'm just moving the hybrid AADD with the half-day-ish of Wednesday, as much planning time as we can give teachers to support them.
So forgive me for asking, for professional development again, can you give us kind of a quick refresher on that? Feels like it was 3 days ago.
So most months have 2 days in the month that are early dismissal for PD
Right.
scheduled. That. The other Wednesdays, we could then dismiss at whatever time we would need to determine so that teachers can use that. We would also look at what is scheduled as content for professional development, and if we can take any of that away to allow more time for teachers, we can do that.
So this motion would be for every Wednesday early out, because those hours don't count against our hours in a hybrid plan.
Thank you.
Is your motion forever for 2021, or is it
To
time?
start the year.
And so could we, and Kathy,
Yeah.
I think there needs to be something in there. I mean, if we're going to consider this, that triggers the full, something that probably triggers continuous online learning, and something that triggers, and maybe wouldn't necessarily have to have the continuous online learning trigger because there's already one that exists through the guidance we've received from the IDPH. So maybe there's a trigger though that we would go to full-time on-site learning. And it feels like that needs to be infection rate based to me, or positivity
Or
rate.
semester based.
Or-
If we're doing the other at semester. I don't know.
Because the other thing the other thing we might be overlooking perhaps is that what we can learn from other districts that are going back face to face, like what if we see that their rates don't skyrocket or they do skyrocket? I'd like to be able to use that as a point of
Right,
reference.
that, I'm gonna make the motion, and then I think we probably need a second before we continue discussion. Before people- Okay. I'm gonna motion for hybrid with the early out on Wednesdays with, let's see, with the trigger of the, whatever that category is, 6% or lower, to then pull the board back together to consider going to back in school.
5, right?
Sure,
6 is the
the
threshold.
5, whatever that threshold is, 5%.
And that's district-wide hybrid.
District-wide hybrid.
Okay, so let me understand your motion. Your motion is to begin the year using the hybrid model with half-day PD on Wednesdays, and to reconvene the board when the infection rate of 14-day rolling average is 5% or below?
Yes,
It's early out on Wednesdays.
it's an early out on Wednesdays. Yeah, well, yeah, at the time, yeah.
Is that a semester, or are we just waiting until it's rate?
I think it's the board reconvenes when it hits the number. Is that what you said?
Yes, that is what I said. That would be up for a second. If people disagree, then they can die and they can make it up.
Is there a second?
I'd be willing to second it, but I have this question, what if it never falls below 5%? Then we're stuck. That's my only, concern.
Do you want to second it?
No, because I don't know the answer to that.
So if it gets a second, we can still have more discussion on
We're
it.
discussing and then we'll,
Or a lack of second to let it die, and then you start with another one.
Just based on safety and what's best for everybody at this moment in time with teachers and students, I would second it.
is there discussion?
I would like to discuss when is it okay to come out of the hybrid? Like, are we,
Because what if we as a community stay at 10% for the next 12 months?
So we have the option now, I think, to discuss this and figure out if we want to change it, then
Fair enough.
thing can happen.
Yeah.
Yes.
How do y'all feel about that idea, that it could go on for the full school year? Could we do an and/or quarter and see what happens, you know?
Or could it be
Whichever's first.
it's reviewed monthly at the board meetings?
I don't, I
If we
feel
don't
like,
put a time
Yeah,
frame
that's
on it, can't we take it up as an action item?
if you're the average family member, how much certainty do you want to know to plan for? I'm gonna deal with hybrid for the next 6 months, or for 6 weeks, or for a whole year. I feel like we have a little bit of responsibility to kind of show our cards what we're kind of thinking. But I also respect the idea that you don't want to, but I'm just trying to think about.
In my opinion, if you do it anything less than a semester, we don't let people plan. We can't come back and vote on the 24th and
Yeah,
implement it.
That's my fear.
Regardless, if we're forced to go one way, that's a different decision. Our hands are tied and we're forced to go. But I think you get into, just my opinion, you can say 6 weeks and just have it on the table as an open item, but I just think realistically, you can't expect parents to adjust schedules in a week, along with teachers.
And employers.
Yeah, I mean, the other side is like, so if we say 6 months, how many people's jobs are gonna be willing to let them stay home for another 6 months? Versus if we say we're gonna try it and see what happens the first 2 to 3 weeks of school and then make a decision based on that.
Yeah.
I don't think I would do it for 2 or 3 weeks.
Longer.
No. I think one of the policies you just approved allows the superintendent to make those changes without board action.
You don't want to?
Could change the modality.
To move it between the systems. I mean, I'm worried you don't have to have board meetings.
So where you left it was, it's hybrid until we get the 5%. We go below the 5% positivity rate.
And I mean, in all honesty, I threw that out to have a
The
time
dialogue
frame
going,
and get
yeah.
the dialogue going,
Yep.
so,
Yeah.
you know, I mean,
That's
If
what
there's
I was hoping to have with dialogue too, and that's why I seconded to, like, I wanted to see what that time frame could
That would look like.
honestly work with, like, just because that's something parents gotta know, something we gotta know.
Can we talk a little bit about the mechanics associated with moving between quarter, or between hybrid and having everyone back? And is there a lot associated with that from a teacher planning standpoint?
You would not only have the academic planning that would need to take place to bring the number of students back, and understand that on whatever day, the decision would be made to come to on-site. We now have parents who have chosen online learning in a hybrid model. So the number of students that would return to on-site may not be the same that have been attending in a hybrid. We may have parents who say, if we are on-site, I now want online. So that number changes. That is data we would have to gather from our community and families. We then would have to give our teachers time to look at what does that look like as far as number. It would also change then the number of students and teachers we need for the online learning with our own staff. We then need to then look at the safety and mitigation piece now when we had, I'll use Kathy's number, 13 in a room. Now we could have 25 in a room. What does that look like? Where are our materials? Where were our furniture?
Busing, lunch schedule, lunch resources from Tahar, it's all.
There has been a conversation in moving from one model to another when you are not in session. Those would be days that may have to be made up.
And
that again?
So days that we move from one model to another, that we don't have everybody learning, we may have to make those days up because they are missed days of learning.
I don't follow. So Friday, you're hybrid, Monday, you're face-to-face, what do you lose?
If we can do it from Friday to Monday, nothing.
So in what scenario would it look different?
Just in those conversations of if on Friday we are hybrid, Monday we want to be on site based on it's the date, if we know in advance it's that date, we can start preparing the surveys to go out to staff. If it's the rate changed on a Tuesday and we have to be on site tomorrow, that rate is an unknown to us.
So having a
date on the
timeframe
calendar,
makes
we
more
would know, be able
I
to
think
plan.
regardless which way we go, that rate could fluctuate. And now you're back in a corner, you know,
Yeah.
it goes above and it goes under, you got this.
Yep, that's true.
I think you gotta have some discretion.
The other thing this idea gives us is more time to plan and answer these questions about what face-to-face would look like. And, you know, and we can learn best practices at other places that are coming back. You know, maybe it's okay for us to say, we're gonna take another semester, figure out what we really wanna do and have teachers have more time to plan for face-to-face.
They're gonna be working on hybrid. That's my opinion. I mean, I think they're gonna spend a lot of time focusing on
And hybrid.
how to get hybrid going versus what they know, which is with accommodation. I get that there has to be accommodation.
I guess I was trying to speak more as a field.
Yep.
Of K-12 educators that, you know, we might know more. But that's a valid point.
I think if you want to do the hybrid, it's important to, I would give parents either a quarter or a semester. And then evaluate. Or quarter or semester and have the administration make the recommendation.
Where does a quarter take us to?
In October, right? But is that decision, when I'm saying quarter, are we waiting till quarter end to make a decision, or we can make a decision to change it at the quarter? I mean, I think we need to be clear, because if we wait till the quarter to make a decision, we're not getting anything done
Right.
soon. We shouldn't. I mean, so I think, I don't know how you word that, but I think we've got to be clear that we can make a decision tomorrow, but it won't be effective.
Right. Or you say
We're gonna commit to a quarter,
right.
and we can change it at any time.
Or you do a semester
But it
and then
won't
you
be-
say, we're gonna, at November, we'll decide.
Of course,
And
unless
November, what do you-
austerity rates drive forces to
Right.
make a decision.
So you kind of force yourself to plan.
Right. At least that's my opinion. I'm not saying, I assume any shift in this, my head spins. I can't imagine trying to do this. Bus schedules, transportation, food, teacher schedules, all within a couple weeks would just be crazy.
I'll call the question.
So,
Come on, Doug.
yeah, so we can vote on the question.
Read it.
I'm
So-
sorry.
So my suggestion is we vote, and it sounds like you probably want to make a motion, is my guess.
So we vote or not, or whatever you.
Whatever.
Yes, whatever you want to do. So all those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed.
Good job, Kathy.
Okay,
We have
so
the
it
discussion.
fails, it's unanimous, it fails. So I think what you're wanting to do is a different recommendation that isn't based on the positivity of the described.
So I will move a hybrid model to start the year for the first semester with early outs every Wednesday for teacher planning and or PD.
Second.
Discussion.
I mean, I'm just gonna throw out are there other people who disagree with hybrid, then we need to
Yeah,
know
I mean,
about that. I mean,
I'm on the fence, to be honest with you, but my gut is, once you go hybrid, I just, the majority of the people, if you look at the parents, before we came out and stated our intention, the majority of the comments, emails were, we need to be in person. Once we stated that, all those people became quiet, and all we heard from was the hybrid people. The people that didn't agree with our recommendation. The other people kind of subsided because they said, okay, well, this is going to be the recommendation. 90% of the people want to be back in school. I don't know if it's hybrid or not. I'm guessing safety is a big concern line. I mean, it just weighs on me from a safety perspective. But I think in person is the way to go. And then if you have to, it's easier to shift from in person to hybrid than hybrid to in person. But that's just my opinion. Everybody's got valid points, and safety is a huge topic that it weighs on me regardless of what we do.
I think it's hard to crystal ball what's going to happen at the beginning of the year. And it's a little bit difficult. I think regardless, there's going to be a stiffness, maybe for a lack of a better term, to the entire system. And maybe if we started with a few less kids, it starts to put a little slack in the system. And it gives a little more space. It gives teachers a little better opportunity to do quality education in the 2.5 days they get. And maybe I'm envisioning this kind of very structured, stiff environment in this pull back that, you know, is not maybe conducive to what could be done if we didn't do that. So I think as we visited tonight, and just since we can't really get, I think, a good look at what the first 4 or 6 weeks of school are going to be, taking a half step towards safety while still giving some online instruction while reducing class size to kind of get our sea legs under us a little bit relative to how education is going to happen with a pandemic going on. It feels to me like the right thing to do. Now, I'm not completely opposed to an on-site model. I think that there's a lot of smart people out there that are suggesting that you could go back full and you're not going to have a tremendous number of problems. But I think about that thing we talked about earlier, where if someone's positive and then those people, particularly in secondary where you're moving between classes, and we got to look at seating charts, and if they sit in 5 or 6 different classrooms every day and there's 4 people around them times 5 classrooms, that's 20 kids out of school potentially for 14 days for one case. That happens 5 times, that's, you know, 100 kids out. I mean, I think that's a real scenario that we have to grapple with a little bit. I would like to think that if we brought half the kids back, we could create that distancing, and we're not going to have that potential compounding effect of kids that were potentially exposed through contact tracing having to quarantine for 14 days without this great support mechanism to, you know, really deal with it. But it seems like through hybrid, we're already working on online content and some of those things. And if we do get ourselves into a quarantine situation, we'll be in a bit better place to kind of support kids. But that's my 2 cents, and kind of through our conversation today, kind of how I squared up to it anyway.
I'm supportive of coming back on site. I think the value of the hybrid is the additional distance that it provides. I don't see that it's enough to get us to be able to take masks off. I think, Ryan, you make a good point about in that scenario, you're going to be in groups, right? So group A doesn't interact with group B, and so there shouldn't be any crossover. So group A, you know, the student in group A tests positive, you're not, you know, you do the contact tracing, you're not impacting group B.
And we're cleaning so well at the end of the day, right?
We're doing that in both models.
So I mean, I think that's.
And in both models, the plan is to wear masks. I think we will struggle with providing, that high quality education in the hybrid mode. I think that there will be struggles at home for some students. We talk about the teacher teaching half the class. I think the teacher's teaching the whole class. They need to be focused on the folks that are in the room, as well as preparing for the individuals that are at home. At the same time, I think that's an extra burden on the teachers as well. I think that will be a challenge.
I don't know, I guess, my whole thinking is I see the burden for that, but then I also think about the burden of them worrying about having a classroom full of people. I wish this was something that we could put out and say, okay, everybody vote tomorrow. Highest number that comes back, that's what we're doing.
Majority win.
I haven't stopped fidgeting this whole time. I'm still shaking. Because one way or another, we're gonna, like, lives are gonna be affected from no matter which model we choose. Teachers' lives are gonna be affected, students' lives, parents' lives. Monetary for some parents that don't have the jobs that are gonna allow them to work from home. I don't know. I want to curl in the corner over there and just cry.
Well, I feel like this prioritizes the students' safety and their overall health. And it's a compromise. And if this were a decision that were easy, we wouldn't be here for this long. We are living in a gray, and that's part of our job. And I feel like this addresses as best we can in that gray area as many of those unknowns. And it buys us more time where we can get some more information, and it gets students back in the classroom. We get eyes on them, we know how they're doing, and it may not be perfect, but to me, I think it is a very reasonable and sound decision with the information that we have today.
Any other commentary? Are you ready to vote?
I do have one question before we vote, and I'm sorry that I'm dragging this out. But Scott, you had mentioned that we had in one of the new board policies, you have some flexibility to be able to move between models. And semester's a long time, and I understand that we need to give parents time to plan, and maybe even as important, we need to give the district and the teachers, bus drivers, janitors, cooks, everybody time to plan. But I think that there's a potential that we were wrong, and that it's safer to come back to school than what we anticipated. And the semester's a long time to have to kind of wear that as a weight around your neck. Is there, if we make this motion, I mean, is it chiseled in stone that we're in this model for the semester? Or do we have the flexibility to come back and say, based on good reason, based on track record science, infection rate, whatever it is, and we have the support of the district administration to do so, to move to the other model? I mean, do we have the ability to do that, or is this kind of set in stone and this is what we'll live with for the semester?
My concern, maybe just a comment to that, not to answer that, but I think if we say a semester and then we change it, you get people, back to your point, Michael, that have made plans now for daycare and adjustments, that now that all of a sudden we change it, maybe. So I think it might be better to be more flexible in the motion than to state it and then have Scott override it, and then he looks bad because he pulled the road.
Right now, you think call a snow day is bad.
Yeah.
This is not something that
Yeah, I would want,
you're gonna get, I mean, it doesn't matter what decision is right now. I mean, you had 90% of your population agree to bring them back 100% with 11% off. You have data that has been out to our public for over a month that we're coming 100% on site. The feedback you have received probably is under the impression that you are coming back 100% on site, and these are the decisions we're making. Hybrid is an option to go into and start with, but you will now receive just as much feedback the other side going to hybrid than you just received going to on-site. This is what our community knows is what the direction we're heading. Moving to hybrid is now going to create a whole different communication line that's going to have to be covered and answered to. And it's going to fall back on the district administration to be able to answer the questions. It's not going to fall back on you guys in line. It just needs, our public has been gearing towards one, and I get that, I get the health and safety, and I get the hybrid, and I will support and do whatever direction, but to be able to have that policy that says you can move between one or another, I'd love to go back to calling snow days. And
Yeah, and that's not what and maybe that was.
I think the policy is probably more is if the governor were to say something has to change, or the public health came to me and said, you have to shift into a different plan, that can be done without having board action on it.
He talks about the ability to restrict or cancel.
And I didn't want to get on the policy. My question was primarily about procedurally, if we unanimously or the majority of us believe that, we should bring the students back full time, and there's good reason to do that, can we create a new motion and do that before the semester? And I think what I'm hearing is no. I think that if we make the decision tonight that it's for a semester, it's for the semester. And then at the end of the semester, then we'll make a decision about what next semester looks like.
Or there's always the option to consider another motion tonight. I mean, there's.
We'll give you plenty of time to think through it.
That has been since what, June? That's what we've been saying is our plan is 100% with masks. That's what the first survey was based on.
yeah, most of my feedback before we came out with the recommendation was, I want my kids, it wasn't predominant, it was probably 60-40, but then all those people quit bugging us because we said we were going, so then the only input we got was on hybrid or online, full online. There was a couple stragglers, but there was no need for them to contact us.
And I do see with offering that semester of online is that, if that's their comfort level, that is an option. It is going to be DCG teachers offering that for a semester if they choose, or if they want a full year.
Any remaining conversation? Otherwise, I think we should vote on the motion. All those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Motion passes. 3. 1, 2, 3. What did I say? 4? I counted 4 twice. Motion.
4 to 3 was Weedman, DeJarno, and Rance voting no.
So the next topic is to just craft that accompanying piece for the online learning recommendation. So this is kind of what you were getting at, Marco, around probably a motion that's related to a 1 year online with Edumentum commitment and a 6 month.
I just want one comment back to our point about coming out with a new survey commitment. That'll come out fairly soon. We'll be very specific in, you do this, this is your option. This is the option you got with PCT teachers. We don't have it fully disclosed. You're not going to know everything, right? I mean, we're going to have something that covers that. Right. I mean, it's not in the motion. I just want to make sure we talked about it. That's still something we're going to be doing here in the next couple of days, right?
We will need to, and in full disclosure, to be honest, tomorrow's meeting now changes for our admin team and cabinet.
It was all on site, so now we have to change it all active.
So our hope is to have the survey out as soon as possible so that our parents know what their information is regarding full year being Edmentum, if that's chosen, with the semester being our own teachers and our own curriculum. But what that will look like now with a hybrid partner and what that description looks like, it may not, to be honest, be out as early as it would have been as we thought. But it will, there will be people working on it and we'll get it out very quickly.
And
So I'll not belabor this. I'll have a motion to approve using Edmentum, did I get that right? For online for a full year commitment with the potential to use online with TCG teacher instruction for a semester with discretion, with district discretion, individual basis. Is that right?
is there a second?
Second.
Is there any conversation before we vote? Makes sense. Okay. All those in favor, raise their hand. Motion passes, it's unanimous. Next regular scheduled board meeting is Monday, August 24th.
And the new digs.
All right.
Can I go in tonight to look at it?
Not for the tonight.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All those in favor? Motion passes, it's unanimous.
Just send that, right?